Sorry this is a little unorthodox. I'm Chris McKenzie, chair, but I've got to run out in about 15 minutes and be gone for a while and come back, assuming you're still moving on. But I'd like to welcome everybody this, if we're ready. Sorry to jump in. We good to go? Kathleen? All right, thank you. This is the April 16th, 2026 meeting of the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council here at the Nevada Legislative Building. We have a Zoom access for the public. Phone number 888-475-4499. Meeting ID number 880-6045-8926. With that, we'll call this meeting to order. I'll have roll call, please.
Thank you, Chair. Chris McKenzie.
Here.
Jake Tibbetts.
I'm online.
Sounds good. Kyle Davis.
Here.
Martin Paris.
Here.
Bevan Lister.
Yep.
Sherm Swanson. Here. Daphne M. Hooper. Here. And Matt Johns.
Here.
And Kelly McGowan. Hey, we got everyone.
Thank you very much. Full boat. We have a quorum. At this moment, since we have a couple new faces, if we might starting down at the end with you, Matthew, and everybody just kind of introduce themselves. Our new members kind of give us some background of where they're from and why they're here and who fooled them into doing this.
Good morning, everyone. Kelly McGowan. Frankly, it's a little odd to be up here with everyone after being out there for so many years, but happy to represent conservation and the environment. I'm a new appointee by the governor, I think through the recommendation of DCNR, and of course, given my background, I hope that I can provide some level of experience and so on to the council, and yeah, just happy to be serving in this capacity.
Welcome, Kelly. Thank you.
Good morning, Daphne M. Hooper. I serve on the board as the tribal liaison rep.
Sherm Swanson, I represent the general public.
Good morning, Martin Paris. I'm the executive director at the Nevada Cattlemen's Association and split my time with my family's cow-calf operation south of Battle Mountain. We run on about 100,000 acre BLM grazing permit. This is my first meeting. I was just appointed in the ranching position and happy to be here. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, Martin. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Davis. I serve on the council as the mining representative. Been on here for, I think, about 3 years at this point.
Bevan Lister. I'm the Farm Bureau General Farming representative to the council. I've been here a day or two or three.
Good morning. My name is Vincent Guthrow. I'm here as the DCNR ex officio. I'm the new director of the Nevada Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I don't know. I'm kind of sick of repeating my bio, but I'm here. I started about 3 weeks ago. I was the executive director of the Nevada Association of Counties prior to that, and this is also, well, it's my first meeting on this side of the dais, so thanks.
Thanks for being here. I know you're drinking through a fire hose right now, so I appreciate you showing up.
Hi, Sheva Gabor, Nevada Liaison for the U.S. Forest Service, and on behalf of John Stansfield, Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest Supervisor in an ex officio capacity. Thanks.
Good morning, Alan Shepard, Deputy State Director for Resources, Lands, and Planning at Nevada State Office, BLM, representing the State Director, John Raby.
JJ?
I'm about the last guy that's been on this since we hung. Welcome, you guys. Welcome back, Kelly.
Thanks, JJ. Jake, you online?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Jake Tibbetts. I'm the Natural Resources Manager for Eureka County, and I represent local government on the council.
Thanks, Jake. And I'm Chris McKenzie, Wildlife Commission Representative. Your chair for the next 15 minutes, and then Kyle has agreed to step up and take the gavel over when I have to run, and I'll be back later. So thank you, everyone. With that, we'll go move on to public comment. And Mr. Merlini, if you wouldn't mind coming up first, I know you had some words. We didn't get to give you a proper goodbye. Kind of snuck out on us.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to come down and say goodbye to everyone. I didn't have a chance, like Steve did last time, to say this was my last meeting because I didn't know when I was going to get replaced, and that's happened. So I just wanted to say that it was really a privilege to serve on this council. A bunch of great people doing good work, and I think what you've done with that conservation credit system is absolutely amazing. I would say that when this whole thing started, I had been retired as director of Department of Wildlife for 10 years maybe, but I was a little miffed that sage grouse that were always in our wheelhouse at Wildlife would be kind of shunted over to Department of Conservation and Natural Resources, and that's no slam on you guys. I just thought sage grouse belonged in Wildlife. But Tina Nappy, who had the position that I filled when she retired, convinced me that this was going to be a good thing because all the interests here that are affected by the sage-grouse ecosystem and the sage-grouse situation were represented on this council. And over my tenure, the last 8 years, I think Tina was right on. I think all the right people are here, the right interests are here. You've really done a good job. And it was my privilege to be a part of it. I'm going to miss most of you guys, and except when Chris never lets us eat lunch. But other than that, not that I needed any lunch, I really truly enjoyed working with the staff here. I think you've got an outstanding staff, and even though there have been changes, it's always been an outstanding staff. And it was a great pleasure working with them. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to at least say goodbye. And I want to wish Kelly the best of luck. I know he'll do well. Just don't get in Kathleen's way too much. Okay. Oh, I know. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Willie. I know we're not supposed to comment on public comment, but I just want to say I really appreciate all your years of service and your steady hand, and I know you're still involved in many different wild horses and waterfowl and everything else. So the state's very lucky to still have you kicking. You've done great work here and everywhere else, and so I just want to say for myself, I truly appreciate all your commitment. Kathleen?
Willie, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all your time here. You've been here as long as I remember, as long as I've been here, so it's been a long time. But thank you so much for all your support and your perspective, and you're always focusing it back on conservation and wildlife, and all your history and your stories about sage grouse and the mountains and everything have always been wonderful to hear, and we're going to really miss you. So we did get you a couple presents, and we really appreciate you, and we'll miss you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Willie. Okay, we'll continue on with public comment. Anybody here that would like to make public comment at this time? Not seeing any on, oh, sorry, come on up, sir, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. You introduce yourself for the record and. Oh, James.
Okay. Good morning. My name is James Simmons. I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Summit Lake Paiute Tribe.
Oh, James, do you have a public comment this time?
Great. Thank you. So good morning, Council, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. Again, my name is James Simmons. I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Summit Lake Paiute Tribe, a federally recognized tribe with a reservation in remote northwestern Nevada. I'm here to respectfully request from the Council a de minimis exemption from the CCS program for scientific instruments the tribe would like to deploy on BLM land in the Summit Lake watershed. First, I would like to emphasize that the mission of the tribe is, quote, to promote conservation with protection and enhancement of tribal natural resources. This mission is in line with the mission of this council and the project we're proposing for exemption. A few years ago, the tribe was fortunate to receive a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation for research or on-the-ground projects to improve our understanding of sagebrush ecosystem, aquatic ecology, or improve in-stream or riparian habitat on and off reservation with partnerships. The project is called SWION, the Summit Lake Watershed Environmental Observation Network. I wish the tribe could take credit for this idea, but it came from Dr. Sudeep Chandra at the Global Water Center at UNR. The vision was to create an automated watershed-scale network of environmental sensors to collect data on water resources, climate, and fish and wildlife populations to inform science-based management of the Summit Lake watershed, and the vision was data collection from the reservation to your phone. Most of the sensors are on the reservation, but we would like to install 9 pieces of equipment in the upper watershed on BLM land. The proposed equipment is standard and has a small footprint. The equipment includes 1 stream gauge, 1 water quality sonde, 2 repeater stations, 3 pit tag antennas, 1 game camera, and 1 climate station. BLM and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have reviewed the locations and equipment, support the project, and provided approvals via categorical exclusion. Lastly, this project is not only for the Summit Lake Paiute tribe. The data, with appropriate data sharing agreements, will be shared with the public, academic institutions, state and federal agencies, and potentially this program. And it would not be possible and could not be sustained with the close partnership and MOU the tribe has with UNR, specifically 3 departments: the Global Water Center, the Nevada Seismological Lab, and NSHE Computing Services. Thank you for your time, and happy to discuss here offline any next steps, and I hope your meeting is great. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Been a while.
Yes.
With that, any other public comment at this time? Any online?
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window. You have no callers wishing to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Actually, this is probably the time for me to turn over the gavel to Mr. Davis. He's graciously agreed to take the meeting over for a bit, and see you folks in a while. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks. So we will move to item 3 on the agenda, which is approval of the agenda. I hope everybody's had a chance to take a look at the agenda. Are there any questions or changes? Okay, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Great. All right. Moving on to item 4, approval of minutes. As everyone will remember, we have 2 sets of minutes here to review, as we did have significant changes on one of these, I believe it was the October one, so if you've had a chance to review these minutes, would be open for any changes we need to make. I just had one change looking at the December 2nd minutes under item number 9. It said that it was discussed that they did not want to go against the directors and would like to review this again next year. I don't know that that's entirely, I don't know what that means. As I remember the discussion, is that we wanted to stick with the science that we had been relying on up to that point. But yeah, I don't know what directors is referring to. Please.
Excuse me. So my knowledge is the conversation was centered around the maps, the mapping changes, and the maps that were approved through the BLM, the smoothed maps, were agreed upon by Fish and Wildlife, NDOW, DCNR, I believe they were, NDA as well, and approved through that to go into the RMP. So there was a discussion, I believe, that they did not want to, although they did not want to step outside of the director's decision, they chose to go forward with the ones that we have. I'm not entirely sure how it was worded.
So is the director there referring to the director of BLM?
I think that was referring, I don't have the minutes in front of me. I think that's referring to the directors who made the decision on the maps that were being approved through the RMP process, the Governor Consistency Review.
Okay. Yeah, I worry that that section, it's not clear to me what we were saying there by saying the directors.
I'll take a look at the recording again and adjust accordingly.
That'd be great. Yeah, just a clarification so that it's clear what the discussion was, because I read that and I didn't know what that meant.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Do I have any other changes to either the December 2nd minutes or the October 22nd minutes? All right. Well, with that, I think we'll do two separate motions. So we'll start with October 22nd. I'll accept a motion to approve the October 22nd minutes. Or not?
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
All right. Motion and a second. Any questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Great, so the October 22nd minutes are approved. So on the December 2nd minutes, I would accept a motion to approve with the one provision that we will have clarification in item number 9. Anybody like to make that motion?
So moved.
All right, we have a motion. Second? Okay, capture that. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, great. That completes agenda item number 4. Moving on to agenda item number 5, which is council member items and correspondence. Will be open if any council members have anything that you would like to bring up at this time.
Thank you. Just following up on the public comment from Summit Lake, I would like to, I don't know the best approach, get a group together, bring it up at a future meeting, talk about kind of the process that they went through, some of the challenges and how we can better address those moving forward.
Kathleen, did you have any input on that?
Yes. The Summit Lake Tribe came to us with a project, as James mentioned, that was various equipment and then a weather station, which is a typical weather tower. going through the analysis of just a general estimate that we always provide to all debit project proponents, it was clear that the minor, the sondes and all of the pit tag readers and the water quality, those are small enough footprint that they didn't really generate hardly anything. I'd have to rerun it outside of the tower because it was all ran together, but to my knowledge and what I could tell, it was very minimal, if anything. However, the tower was the big problem, and that is located, of course, again, I want to caveat that this was a general estimate. We didn't put too much effort into it. We didn't look for any current anthro features more so than what we already had in our system. But the tower was located what looked like a very pristine area, high quality in PHMA, and that generated a significant amount based off of our tower layer. So we sent that back to the tribe, went back and forth on a couple questions, and then we haven't heard from them since. So I know that they were bringing it forth to their elders, and we're going to get back to us. So yeah, that's all I've got about an estimate from them.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And so in thinking about the request that we heard today was for basically a de minimis exception. So the process for that is, would they need to come to the council for that, or is that something they can request from you, and then if they don't get that, then they could come to the council? Where are we at in that process?
So they can request that through me. However, I don't really have much support on like a full tower. And the concern with making anything that's scientific de minimis is that we have several different projects, including a very large one that we've talked about before, that are doing scientific, having scientific instruments out in the landscape. So it's concerning about setting a precedent, but we can look at it internally, and then it can come to the council, or it can go straight to the council. It depends on what they want to do or what you guys want to do.
So I guess, given that explanation, Daphne, would we want to request would you like to request a future agenda item for this, or just, potentially work with staff offline on it?
I would like to do both.
Okay.
I'll work with Kathleen and we can kind of talk through some things. I think there's some bigger potential policy questions, especially with regard to jurisdiction and how things lie and how things are measured. So I'll work with Kathleen, and then hopefully we can bring it forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Does that work for you? Great. Thank you. Any other council member items? Okay. Well, with that, we will move on to item 6 on our agenda, which is a range camp presentation. So we will now welcome Anna Shane.
There we go. Thank you, everyone. I just want to introduce Anna Shane. Anna Shane has been one of Range Camp's most distinguished campers. Throughout the years that Anna has attended camp, she has offered perspectives that have been well beyond her years, a positive attitude that has been unmatched, and assistance to other students that has had an amazingly positive effect on the camp. Anna has been a model representative of the Nevada section of SRM. Given that this body is comprised of the agencies that support Range Camp, we are proud to ask her to give a summary of her experience at this meeting. And I will turn it over to Anna at this time.
For the record, Anna Shane. Good morning, my name is Anna Shane. I'm 17 years old and I go to Carson High School. This coming year will be my 4th year attending the Nevada Youth Range Camp, and I was chosen to present today as a result of my sustained performance and achievement within the camp. I originally heard about Range Camp through my family, and through other natural resources professionals that I have met, as well as my school. The Nevada Youth Range Camp is located at Berry Creek, Nevada. It was established in 1961 and develops an understanding of natural resources and management on public lands. It is an immersive hands-on experience in the field for 1 week and is a place for the youth to connect with each other, natural resources professionals, and Nevada rangelands. It remains one of the only camps in the country that is an overnight camp out, not in cabins, and features rangelands. As for community, it is like no other. The campers form lasting friendships with youth from all over the state, as well as other states in most recent years. It promotes the teamwork necessary and crucial for the participation in the camp, as well as mentorship from peers and individuals that have gone through the camp for multiple years. The camaraderie is like no other and is quite consistent. For example, one of our counselors this past year, Chad, was a driver of the NDF van, and his nickname became Cadillac. One of our first activities is a plant ID walk, and it is an immediate lesson with the land. It's kind of a taste of what the week is going to look like. We are given books with several plants and are put into groups to identify and work together all the different plants. For example, one of our favorites is the needle and thread grass, as featured in the picture with the girl with all the needle and thread on her back. We use them as little darts, and you can often see campers walking around with needle and thread on their backs. It's just a fun way to joke around and also interact with the land. One of our 2025 counselors, Chad Lammers, said, "I found the campers to be mature, interested in what the instructors and counselors could teach them, and without grumbling, did their daily assigned tasks to a high level. The impact was a tangible hope for the future of the range management based on the young individuals that I met at range camp." This proves that these campers and these professionals are invested in our future generations and for what is to come. Next, we're going to move into academic learning and some of the content being taught at range camp. Our first topic is soils. We texture soils because soil type influences plant community growth, and in an ecological site and based on our texture, here we have the group sitting down underneath the shade structure. They have several bags of soil, and we are given a chart in order to learn how to texture soils and figure out soil type. We also describe soil layers, and our soil horizons provide the soil horizons. We look at soil horizons in order to determine root restrictive layers and then chemical composition, as well as soil structure. We learned how to look at these certain layers for water percolation, and we also looked at soil surveys, which are analyzed to communicate the importance of using soil science to determine the optimum production and performance of land through management. Our next area of focus is streams. We observe riparian areas and perform stream classifications in order to understand how the surrounding land is affected by the droughts, floods, and land management. We cover root density, which is important for stream stability. I remember when I completed this portion of range camp, I stood on the bank and I tried to grab plants out of the dirt, and I could not for the life of me. And so that was amazing to see, and kind of a personal experience that these individuals get to have. We also go through the checklist of a riparian proper function condition assessment and discuss the health of the riparian area with our peers and mentors. We connect properly functioning streams and the degree of aquatic invertebrates to the indicator of water quality and how that relates. We also have Sagebrush rangelands, which covers environmental observance, plant community types, land uses, disturbances, habitat, vegetation measurement, and the sagebrush step. As featured in the bottom photo, we have campers performing a gap and canopy line point transect, and they are in burned and unburned areas to describe, and we use measurements to describe the differences in the landscapes. We also have pinyon juniper investigations, which includes the same measurements. We talk about pinyon juniper expansion, as well as understory response and growth to the removal of trees, as featured by the photo where our study site was masticated this past year. So that was a wild comparison to the data we had collected from the previous 5-10 years that has been recorded and brought back to range camp every year. For wildlife, we look at population dynamics and predator to prey ratios. We look at population change as a result of environmental factors. We also learn about various types of predator control. For telemetry, we are able to use the radio antenna to go find a caller up on the mountain. There's usually a bear hide somewhere hidden in the trees with the caller, and it's a great hike, but also fun kind of scouting. We also have an NDOW instructor that lets us put on the waders and grab nets and use electroshocking methods to do stream surveys and shock fish. So that is also very hands-on. You got to get into it, and one of the campers' favorites. Featured in the photo under the population dynamics and predator control, we have our members playing a version of sharks and minnows in order to simulate population change and the impact of predators. We also have a ranch tour, which features local producers that either come and give us a talk about their operation, or we can go to their operation depending on scheduling and everything like that. We've had multiple cow-calf operations described. They feature public land use and the BLM allotments and how that relates to how their system and management works. We learned about challenges such as water improvements, and this is essential for us to understand the different perspectives in rangeland management and one of the dominant rangeland uses in Nevada. We also have the Aspen Arborglyph hike, in which we learn about the history of Basket and Irish shepherds. We gather the data of different arborglyphs by documenting the symbols, the dates, names. We draw images, and then we use that to compile a standing archive of all of the arborglyphs we find in these different areas. We also are able to have a plant hike and learn how to identify more of the trees on this. And it is an amazing experience to learn about how our land has developed over the years and how our management has improved. Now we have additional activities. One of them is fishing. We have the opportunity to fish in local reservoirs, and this is a great time for students and campers to bond with each other, bond with the land, and it provides a break from all of the intense academic learning and long days. We also have a rangeland scavenger hunt in which we take a hike and we are given a list of about 20 items found on the rangeland. Those can include a red flower, a Nevada-shaped rock, and one of our favorites, the biggest stick. And so we have whole teams carrying trees back to camp. And it's amazing to see them drag this huge log all the way back just to possibly win that competition. We also have the compass course in orienteering, where we learn how to utilize a compass, orient ourselves using a map, and obtain our distance by pacing. We had a couple nightly sessions to learn how to pace ourselves, learn how to use our compass, practice a little bit before we go out and we compete. We are placed in teams with our counselors at the beginning of the week, and we earn points based on doing our chores correctly, competing in events and winning them, like the compass course and the scavenger hunt, and also asking great questions and interacting with the coursework as well. The compass course is both the counselors and the students' favorite event of all. We are given headlamps and a compass, and it is completely dark, and we are asked to find about 5 different flags hidden in the sagebrush. And the first ones to make it back are the winners, so, with all their flags. Next, we have campfires, in which this is our main socializing event. Every night after dinner, a group makes a campfire. We roast s'mores. We talk with our peers. We also invite, for example, Sean Pitts out to talk about White Pine County history and give a little insight onto how our land was before we got here. If anything, if you were to come back to range camp for anything, it would be the food, if not the rangeland. The food is amazing. Our camp cooks do a wonderful job. They get up at 5 in the morning to start cooking for us for breakfast, and they are constantly working hard. The campers do the dishes, but the food is one of the greatest treasures, and it's great to have after a long day of hard work. For this past year, we got to participate in the 2025 Capitol Christmas Tree Ornament Making, and that was a feature to celebrate Nevada's rangelands and also involve ourselves a little bit in the community. Tying it all together. At the end of the week, we take a plant identification test comprised of 50 plants, and we are given small samples and asked to identify them. We earn a point based on a correct answer, but we may also earn bonus points based on getting the scientific name correct as well. One of the camp counselors from last year, Skylar Monahan, said, "I was impressed by the plant tests that everyone took and the way that they were so quickly able to get to the point of identifying certain plants just based off of the characteristics." For example, we always say opposite leaves for penstemon, or we can say creepy leaves for crepus. And so that's very important. And those little ideas are what allow the campers to bond. We also have the coordinated resource management simulation, in which we are given stakeholder roles or explain stakeholder roles. We propose a project and we analyze different aspects such as protected species, competing land uses, resource limitations. We work on our presentation skills, and it features the collaboration and teamwork. We are put in random teams for this, so we are not working with the people who completed the same courses as we did or that are in the same counselor group as us to get the full interaction of the camp. Based on the plant identification test, the completion of our workbooks, the coordinated resource management, and our overall participation, we have the opportunity to earn the Trail Boss and Runner-Up Trail Boss awards. Those individuals are then given the opportunity to attend the Society for Range Management annual conference and compete in the High School Youth Forum. Those individuals are selected to present an 8 to 10 minute presentation on natural resources topic of their choice, as well as write a paper. The Nevada section of SRM funds them, and the Nevada section also is always looking for members to be involved and support Nevada and its future generations. In these photos, this was from 2 years ago when the conference was in Sparks. We were able to go to the nature, get a talk from the Nature Conservancy, and then also see the wild horse and burro management. We gave presentations and got to interact with many students from all over the country who were selected for the High School Youth Forum based on similar standards we have. As for support and involvement, it is essential for the staff to come out and educate the youth. We ask that their agency or organization supports them in doing this, because without them, we wouldn't have the materials or the education to give these campers. The Nevada Division of Forestry vans are also essential to transporting these campers to each of their study sites. And they're also a great time inside the van and outside. There are scholarship opportunities provided by the conservation districts and the Nevada Division of Forestry, which aid in getting campers who may not have the funds to go or are just looking for an experience and are invested in natural resources. We also need resources for printing, food, and water. We have Boss tanks that lets us use a trailer, or we call it the water buffalo, for our water. And then as we promote the camp and increase our number of campers, we're creating a bigger impact for the future and for potentially going into these natural resource jobs and fields. And that is needed and supported by the continued time, money, and resources of the camp. This camp educates generations for potential involvement in the natural resources workforce or societal participation, provides opportunities to further learning, and develops a passion for Nevada's rangelands. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
All right. Thank you, Anna. That was really, really informative. Appreciate it. Do we have any questions for Anna? I mean, I'll ask a very selfish question, which is that, because I think my son would be very interested in this. What are the ages for campers, and about what time frame does the camp occur?
So the ages are from 14 to 17, so it's all high school youth. And then this year, the camp is occurring the week after Father's Day. Normally, it is the week of Father's Day. And so be on the lookout for that. The application is open for this year as well.
Great.
June 22nd to 26th.
Yes, thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you. Yeah, Sheva.
Anna, thank you. That was a really great presentation, and I'm proud that all of our agencies are supporting it. We really need to develop our future for rangeland management. What kinds of jobs are you considering? Are your colleagues who go to the camp considering? What do they see as their future in connecting the camp with what they're going to do later? Just interested in the range of what they're thinking about.
I think many of the agencies that were featured provide great opportunities and jobs. I know a few of my peers have been looking into NDOW. I am personally very interested in biology in the rangeland aspect. Some go into teaching and kind of that passing down of the material that they've learned that facilitate, the way it was facilitated to them just piques their interest. I think through the coordinated resource management simulation, we get a good understanding of what it's like to be in even a committee such as yourselves that coordinate with so many members and different agencies and organizations in order to better the land and keep our practices sustainable and everything like that.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And I forgot to state my name for the record, Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service. Thanks, and thanks for making ornaments for the Capitol Christmas tree. That's awesome.
I think actually it's supposed to be my job to say your name when I toss it to you. I'm just not very good at this. Bevan, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Sherm, go ahead.
As a 36-year and finally graduate of Nevada Youth Range Camp in 2019, your presentation was so heartwarming. Thank you for sharing that with us.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, I think that's all the questions. So thanks so much for being here today. We really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
All right. We will now move on to item 7 on our agenda, which is a presentation from the Nevada Department of Wildlife on fire restoration. Looks like we've got a few representatives here from NDOW, so please come forward.
Am I on here? Okay, perfect. All right. Good morning, everybody, Chair and members of the council. My name is Alexa Lyons, and I co-lead the Habitat Restoration Program at the Nevada Department of Wildlife with Matt Glenn. The last time that we presented to the council was in 2020. So today I'll be giving you all an overview of what we've been up to the last couple years, including some of our key accomplishments, lessons learned, and our most recent actions from the 2025 wildfire season. As I'm sure you're all keenly aware, we've lost a significant portion of wildlife habitat to the vicious cycle between invasive annual grasses and wildfire. The maps here display our habitat. So the green and blues are good quality shrublands, and the yellows and reds are those areas that are now dominated by invasive annual species such as cheatgrass. So since the late 80s, we have more than doubled those acres dominated by invasive annuals, as you can see from the figures, 15% to 43%. This shift is largely driven by that increased wildfire size and frequency, also combined with that aggressive nature of those invasive species. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to move my mouse around here. So this means we've lost millions of acres of a high-quality habitat, which is why restoration has become such an essential part of what we're doing at NDOW. So this graph is depicting wildfire in Nevada over the last 30 years, from 1995 through 2025. And the 30-year average is right around 400,000 acres. That dotted black line, I do apologize, it's kind of hard to see on this screen. So of note, since 2019, we've had fire years that have all fallen below that 30-year average. But
As you can see, we probably have a 1,000,000-acre year in our future. It's coming at some point in time. So over the last 30 years, we've burned 11.9 million acres in the state, which equates to about 17% of Nevada's total area, which is an absolutely mind-boggling figure to me. So we're super passionate about this work, and we understand how essential it is, and we're going to continue to forge forward. I'm going to talk a little bit about NDOW's approach. None of the work that we're doing happens in a vacuum. We put our heads together with our federal, state, and private landowner counterparts to complement each other's actions and get work done on the ground. A good example of this is the difference between our state and federal fiscal years. Typically, when we want to apply pre-emergent herbicide on the ground, our federal partners are wrapping up their fiscal year and their hands are tied as far as contracting goes. So oftentimes, we've already switched over to our new fiscal year, and we'll come in and put down that herbicide, knowing that BLM, for example, is going to follow up with some seeding. We try to be as opportunistic as possible, working on public and private land opportunities when they arise, so across jurisdictions, and prioritize our resources when they're limited. We've designed our contracting to be as flexible and nimble as possible for ideal implementation windows. And we do have some personnel and funding limitations, but we're super scrappy and very persistent, as I'm sure some of you all in the room can attest to. Some constraints that we run into are things like ecological. For example, we never know exactly when we're going to get precipitation and exactly how much. Permitting and logistical challenges as well. But we try to come up with creative ways to overcome these challenges. We have quite a few methods that we commonly use for habitat restoration that I've listed here. Everything from herbicide to land acquisitions and easements. But I will be focusing on these top few, specifically herbicide, seeding, seedling planting, pinyon juniper removal, and spring and riparian habitat protection. Now, of course, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. We like to tailor our treatments based on site conditions, objectives, and available site resources to apply the right tool in the right place at the right time and repeat as needed. But of course, that's much easier said than done. And we have to fund all this work somehow, so this is an outline of our funding model. The majority of our program funding comes from federal grants from various agencies. We use the Wildlife, Sport, Fish, and Restoration Grant to keep the lights on, so to speak, for the program. And then all other funding goes to project implementation. So assistance agreements is a big part of that. This comes from all of our federal counterparts. And NGOs also play a huge part in this. Their dollars are our most flexible dollars, so we really appreciate their contributions. And we were also awarded about $4.1 million through the AB 578 Better Together Nevada Shared Stewardship Funds this year, which we're looking to implement within the next fiscal year. And some projects that I'll outline further will be with this funding. Pre-emergent herbicide is one of our most effective tools for controlling invasive annual grasses. As you can see on the left-hand side, we have treated versus untreated on the right. Pretty stark difference here. This gives our perennial grasses and other species the competitive advantage by reducing the competition that they face for resources on site. So we'll often spray pre-emergent herbicide post-fire and then fallow it for a year and come back and seed afterward. We use drill and aerial seeding. These methods are used to reintroduce desirable species after disturbance. Depending on terrain, accessibility, and recommended seed planting depth, will determine which method we're using or potentially using both at one site location. But timing is absolutely critical here, especially getting seed down before that winter precip. We also hand plant seedlings, but this is a much more targeted and labor-intensive approach. We typically use this in high priority wildlife value areas where natural recovery may be unlikely or take a significant amount of time. For example, sometimes with sagebrush seedlings or antelope bitterbrush seedlings as well. This is not scalable everywhere, but it can be very effective in the right settings. So here's a snapshot of the 2025 wildfire season. We had just over 600 fires ignite in the state, burning about 370,000 acres. And Elko County took the biggest hit this year with 246,000 acres burned. So when we're looking at these acres burned across the state, we have to prioritize. Unfortunately, we don't have resources to use everywhere. So we like to implement projects where high wildlife values intersect with a high likelihood of success. And we consider a multitude of factors in addition to those, such as dominant vegetation community before the fire burned, ecological sites, topography, soil, and many, many other factors. And the map here illustrates a fire scar from 2024 where we've mapped the dominant vegetation community pre-fire and overlaid it with Area 6 mule deer migration corridors. So for example, we would likely prioritize those areas which have a significant high value to wildlife in any given treatment. So this year, Eastern Region prioritized the Cottonwood, Jakes, and Adobe Mountain fires. Western Region focused on Moonshine, Bartlett, and Barber, and Southern Region tackled Mount Irish. Cottonwood Peak and Jakes were the two largest fires of the year. Cottonwood Peak burned about 132,000 acres in the Tuscarora Mountains, and Jakes burned about 82,000 acres in the Snowstorm Mountains. Again, these are in Elko County. And these areas support a wide range of wildlife species, including mule deer, Lahontan cutthroat trout, sage grouse, of course, and several important biodiversity species as well. So in response, we applied pre-emergent herbicide and seeded tens of thousands of acres, in addition to the work that our federal counterparts are also contributing here. With the goal to stabilize these systems early and prevent conversion to invasive annual grass dominance. So we'll be back into the Cottonwood Peak fire this year with about $800,000 of that AB 578 Nevada Shared Stewardship funding that I mentioned earlier, do additional treatments, and make sure that this comes back as best as we can make it. So our 2025 statewide restoration accomplishments here, we treated about 151,000 acres and leveraged $2.7 million from federal, state, NGO, and mitigation partners. This was comprised of roughly 61,000 acres of herbicide, 90,000 acres of aerial seeding, and 1,000 acres of drill seeding. To inform our treatments, we monitored 645 plots across 18 project sites in 2025. This data is critical for our understanding of what's working, what's not, and how we can adapt our approach. This brings our total unique sampling visits since 2021 to 5,200 points. So this graph here is depicting the number of acres NDOW has treated versus the number of acres burned over the last 6 years. If you recall, the last 6 years have been below average, and NDOW alone has been able to treat more acres than have burned in 2021 through 2024. But these figures do not consider all of the amazing work that our partners are doing as well, so please keep that in mind. However, when we have a larger fire year that comes through, we are not keeping pace with the scale of fire on the landscape. So this gap between acres treated versus acres burned is one of the core challenges that we're dealing with. We've learned a lot over the last 6 years, but we're also facing some consistent challenges. One of those limiting factors is capacity. This is a big one. We currently only have 7 full-time equivalent restoration staff statewide. And for the scale of the problem that we're dealing with, we feel like we could use quite a bit more. Funding is always a bit of a challenge, and also access to locally adapted seed, especially forbs, is an ongoing constraint. And then seed availability in high years as well. A lot of the seed will go out the door, and then we're struggling to find more. And NEPA availability can limit certain actions which would be most effective for given site conditions. Some of the lessons we've learned, herbicide greatly increases our seeding success, especially at lower formulations, which saves us a ton of money. And we'll often hedge our bets using native and non-native species, especially when site potential is low. And seeding timing really matters. We need to get this seed on the ground before snow flies. If it's after, we need to get a decent snow on top of that seed to get this to germinate. And also, some species take multiple years to establish, so patience is key. Again, I really think this is driven by precip timing and amount. So from 2020 to 2025, the last 6 years, we've treated just over 556,000 acres, which is about 870 square miles. And we've leveraged roughly $12.6 million of partner funding from state, federal, NGO, and mitigation folks. This really highlights the importance of collaboration across agencies. We could not do this alone, and we're super excited about these figures. So in addition to our post-fire work, we've treated just over 44,000 acres of pinyon and juniper encroached areas. These treatments help reduce fuel loads and improve habitat resilience before fire occurs. And we've also protected just over 2,000 acres of riparian habitat and installed more than 200,000 linear feet, of fencing. Healthy riparian areas not only provide water to wildlife, but they can also act as natural fuel breaks, helping slow fire and improve overall resilience on the landscape. And so with that, I really appreciate you all having us here today, and I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alexa, right?
Yes.
So, Alexa, thank you for the presentation. And having sat here for a day or two, I appreciate that NDOW has been the one that's been able to get on the ground and do fire rehab, where a lot of times our federal partners are tied up. Anyway, whatever. But No, we've had several instances over the years where NDOW's been able to get in and get things done in a timely manner, and appreciate that. So I got a couple of questions. One, actually on the presentation, on the slide where you talked about your monitoring. The page says 5,200 unique sampling visits since 2011, and I thought you said 2021.
Yes, so I may have misspoke there. The program has been running since 2011,
Okay.
and so that's the total points there. Yeah.
Perfect. Nope, just clarification.
Absolutely.
Making sure I got it right in my head.
Yeah.
On the PJ treated. On the slide here, you've got $4 million spent and about 44,000 acres treated. We're only talking like $90 an acre. That's way cheaper than anything that I've heard in my lifetime of being involved in this. Usually it's around $200 an acre. So can you explain or tell us a little bit about, is that partnerships, or how has that happened that we're getting that done that economically?
So price per acre can vary wildly depending on the prescription. So, that might be lop and scatter is significantly cheaper, than mastication treatment, right? So, and of course that varies year to year and by contractor as well. So when we were putting forth some proposals earlier this year, I myself was shocked at how much those prices can vary. But yeah, that's probably as good of an answer as I've got for you.
Fair enough. It goes up and down.
Yeah.
All right. Good enough. So for some time, the federal agencies, especially the BLM, worked on a couple of programmatic EISs, one targeted grazing and one for outcome-based grazing. How was your interaction with the livestock community in using those types of programs for fuels management?
So I'll mention that I've only been with the department for the last 8 months, I believe. So I'm not
Fair
sure
enough.
that I can totally speak to it, but I'll do my best. I don't think that we have used any livestock grazing in our treatments before, but please don't quote me on that. I might lean on Mark Fries to help me with this one, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Good morning. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. Generally, we defer to BLM on some of those fuels treatments, and so I would offer it up for Mr. Shepard to help answer that question. We do partner with the BLM in these planning processes, but we don't regulate grazing on public lands, and so we're generally not the ones driving that bus.
No, understood. And I guess the question, to be more clear with the question, is have you made that effort to engage the livestock community? Because it's a multi-partnered, Anna's collaboration, right? Mm-hmm. I was just asking if NDOW had tried or engaged in that field, because we've got actually some new federal legislation that will add additional tools to the use of grazing and livestock for fuels management. And I just think that's a great opportunity for the department to be part of that collaboration.
Yeah, no, appreciate that clarification. Mark Fries, Habitat Division Administrator. Yes, we are all about more tools in the toolbox. We certainly work with private landowners. A lot of this work we do on private lands. Any opportunities, we appreciate the partnerships. BLM, if it's on BLM land, or Forest Service, if it's on Forest Service land, they're the primary leads to coordinate with private landowners, but in partnership, we're always at the table with them as well.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Other questions? Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly McGowan for the record. Yeah, I'm just pleased to hear that this continues, your efforts continue. It's just so critical. One of the questions that I had is I understand we're always behind the 8 ball when it comes to post-fire recovery. And so I'm pleased also to see that the efforts continue even in years in which we have, I guess, below average fires occurring. But I want to go back to the map that shows the perimeter of some of the burn areas. That I think it was one of the initial slides. And this is probably going to be a question for both NDOW, BLM, and Forest Service. Well, I think it, yeah, I think back a little further.
At the very beginning?
Yeah, at the very beginning.
Okay. Yeah, give me one.
And what I'm trying to get to is the efforts being made in those perimeters where the fire scars, the previous fires are interfacing with good habitat, and kind of like how much effort or emphasis is put in those areas and within those perimeters to protect the existing good habitat. And like I say, I understand you know, doing these treatments, you're always behind the 8 ball, and it can be very challenging. But yeah, I'm just curious as to how much emphasis or effort is put in those areas. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So this data is actually from Oregon State SageCon partnership, and it's called Threats-Based Eco-State Mapping. And that is exactly what they're trying to get at with this program, is defining good quality habitat that we want to defend and protect, and then defining where those problem areas are, and so addressing both parts. And we've been having lots of conversation about, yeah, it's great to do fire rehab, and we absolutely need to do that, but also need to protect those core sagebrush habitat areas and make sure we're not losing any more. A lot of this work is happening all across the state, but a great example of this is in northwestern Nevada, Summit Lake Paiute tribe area, where they have a Nevada Shared Stewardship group that they just stood up. It was existing before, they just joined in with Nevada Shared Stewardship. And they've done a lot of this work out there to protect those good quality areas and also rehab. So those conversations are absolutely happening, and we're doing a lot of that internally as well.
Yeah, and I might just add, Mark Fries, the tools today we have are amazing, like the eco-state map. But I mean, I want to give credit to BLM Forest Service. They've been doing this for decades, right? Planning fuels, breaks, treats. They just didn't have some of these tools. The eco-state tools are super helpful now, and there has been the movement of defend the core, grow the core mantra that's taken off across the West. It makes a ton of sense for protecting, enhancing these cores, partners working together, such as shared stewardship. I think we're in the infancy in this state. I think there's a lot more work to be done, and I think it's those low fire years is where we could actually gain some ground and traction. And I think we got to hit the gas pedal in these low fire years, not rest, to be able to start tackling more proactively the landscape and putting the right treatments in the right place at the right time.
To that point, how is your funding in those years in which, and I think for BLM and Forest Service as well, do you have a consistent pot of money, or does it fluctuate with the fire year? And I guess the same question to you guys, and because I think you're right on, Mark. I think that if we could get like a level base of funding for all the agencies so that we can make up more ground in those years that aren't as impactful would be ideal.
Yeah, I could only. Mark Freeze. I can only speak for NDOW. Some of our funding that supports the program, like our WISFR grants Alexa talked about, those are pretty stable, don't fluctuate a lot. Some of our state pots are very stable. But I think the assistance agreements we get from our federal partners, that changes, and it based upon different administrations, congressional allocations, that can ebb and flow, and we've been in a really good position the past decade. Prior to that decade, there weren't near as many dollars to go after through those assistance agreements, and I think things are changing today, and there may not be near as much in the near future, so that could be a future challenge for us, but I'll defer to BLM and Forest Service on their funding pots.
Yeah, Alan Shepard, BLM. Yeah, I think, Kelly, you're right. It ebbs and flows with what we can afford to put into agreements and contracts and things like that. But it is key with whatever dollar we have that we're trying to put it in the right spot as much as we can through, and we've got field staff that are always planning things and coordinating with NDOW and the other agencies, trying to okay, we've got X amount this year, where can we put it in the right spot? And a lot of it comes down to planning, like the fuel breaks to protect some of these really good core areas, and continue that, as well as then adding, what money can we spend through ESR work, stabilization work after the fires, where we can put that money to good use, and make sure we're protecting those fringe areas and all that. So it's a lot of cooperation, a lot of coordination, and in some years we have millions of dollars to spend. Some years we have thousands of dollars to spend. So it really comes and goes.
Sheva, go ahead.
Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service. I think Alan and Mark both portrayed that very well. It's the same thing for the Forest Service. We don't have a dedicated way to fund post-fire restoration. Over the last several years, we've taken advantage of programs and put them into agreements with our state partners, and now Nevada Division of Forestry and Nevada Department of Agriculture, so that it would be there and be available over a course of years to do necessary projects. The AB 578 money has been critical to help sort of leverage that. So it is unsteady, and we're working on finding ways as partners to try to stabilize it. So we're continuing to make progress, but it's very much an up and down, and when we have it coming in, we try to find ways to make it last and to do the best work possible. I also wanted to mention, as far as the earlier point that Kelly asked about, we do work with all of our partners to find ways to prioritize the best habitat. That's one of our values that we seek to protect and protect from wildfire. The other part of it is it goes the whole way through the process. We're planning vegetation treatments that do that, other restoration projects that do that, but also that's a consideration when it comes to operations on the fire side, making sure we understand how we would defend values on the landscape, including when the fire starts, when we do planning about where we're going to put resources and seek to hold the fire away from. So the whole way through, we're looking at that valuable habitat and trying to ensure that it persists. Part of that is making sure that fires don't start elsewhere and run into that habitat. I have more, but I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Sheva. I think Heidi had her hand up online. It's probably a good time for her to jump in, and then I want to go to Sherm.
Thank you, Chairman. Heidi Ramsey, NRCS for the record. I just wanted to say thank you to both Alexis and Mark for that. That was a great presentation. That work is just really incredible and obviously spans a long time frame, which we know is important, right? We got to keep the efforts going because if we don't, we're going to get behind the 8 ball, which I know we already are. I guess I just had a question just regarding any NRCS funding. I've just been here in this position for a couple of years. But do you know, have you ever been leveraging any of the Natural Resources Conservation Service funding for these projects?
Mark Freeze, Habitat Division Administrator for the record. Not that I'm aware of, Ms. Ramsey. We are working cooperatively. Kaylee Penna, Maddie Ellingwood are working on that RCPP. So we are exploring that. We would love to use that and expand it on private lands if available.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I guess I was curious about that, but also wanted to make a comment that in the past, NRCS has really been known as the private lands conservation, but we have had changes in recent farm bills that now allows us to work on public land if the land control is in a private individual's name. So not only do we work and do pre and post fire work on private land, but we can also work on public land if that, if there's a permittee. And so I just, as often as I can say this, I just want to get the word out that there is funding available. And, we typically have been spending most of our money here in Nevada. But if we spend all of our money, we usually, it's not always the case, but usually we're given more money the next year, right? So if we don't use all of our money and we send it to another state to use, they typically will send us the same amount or less the following year. But we really have done a good job and it's really, the credit has to be given to the ranchers and farmers of the state. They've been doing the conservation work. But even for this year, we already, I think, have all of our money at least pre-obligated for our EQIP, which EQIP is the Environmental Quality and Incentives Program. Most of that money is already sort of set aside now for applications that have been submitted for this year. Our Conservation Stewardship Program, this year we have such a tremendous amount of money that, I definitely want to make an announcement that we have a lot of money in that. Last year we got like $1.5 million. This year we have over 5 million, which, we have to do our job in getting that the word out on that, because if we don't, we're certainly not going to have a chance to keep that money in Nevada. So again, thanks. I just want you to keep us in mind as you are doing this work, that if you have private landowners, that you can potentially have them apply for our programs. We can help fund some of these projects, both on private and on public land. So thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, if I might just follow up on that discussion. For wildfire, I'm not aware of any NRCS projects we've partnered on. I think some of the limitation there is the urgency with responding to fire, and you need to get that seed on the ground that first year after fire to be most effective. And I think that's been the challenge. But we have worked with NRCS private landowners on quite a bit of pinyon juniper restoration work, as well as spring enhancement work. I see that continuing, but I think we got to solve the challenge with wildfire, the urgency, and how we could quickly get those dollars out the door.
Great, thanks. Sherm?
Sherm Swanson for the record. When I raised my hand, it was to point out that the NRCS is a significant funder and has been through the years, along with NDOW, in allowing us, when we deal with fires, to not have to worry about land ownership boundaries. And so through the decades, going back at least since the big fires of 99, 2000, 2001, both agencies have done great work in collaborating so that we can do projects at scale. And the thing that I wanted to point out is how consistent the proactive before the fire work has been to the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council. We recognize that one of the really big issues facing sagebrush ecosystems and sage grouse has been fire. And one of the big mechanisms for that is creating fuel breaks. And the mechanisms for that are sometimes grazing, especially after the really wet years. the last couple of years have not been really wet. We've had this amazing thing of a couple of average years coming into this, which is why even after the 23 huge year, we didn't have the big fires. It was just one big year, but in my humble opinion, but we still had a fair number of acres burned, and you got a lot of work done in 25, and so kudos to you. But I think the collaboration among agencies to have the big vision of getting the ability for the land to resist the mega fires that burn from the high fuel area, the high flammability fuel areas of the cheatgrass and into the priority sage-grouse habitat has been key. I think getting that vision on the ground with grazed fuel breaks is important, but the other big thing is green strips. So I was in a conversation earlier this week with Dan Harmon from NRCS. The ARS has done yeoman's work multiple times through the decades of figuring out how to deal with this cheatgrass issue, and they've done it yet again. And so I presume those are some of the tools that are allowing you to address the cheatgrass issue and get the perennial grasses established. And that has been the big bugaboo challenge on our uplands for so many decades. And it's great to see that we finally have the toolbox, and it's great to see that we have a combination of state and federal agencies engaged in creating the landscape scale vision that gives us the resilience we need. Thank you.
Any other questions? I did have one question. We talked. I think Bevan brought up the monitoring, and I guess when I'm in the presentation, I'm struck by the next slide, which obviously is talking about the acres burned versus treated, and we can kind of keep up if it's not a bad fire year, but otherwise it's tough. But then it occurred to me the other side of that, which is that I know that depending on what we get in terms of precipitation and other factors outside of our control, sometimes restoration efforts fail. So do we have any indication of how we're doing on that? Like how often the work that you're doing is actually, we're actually seeing productive habitat coming back, or is it too early to tell?
Thank you for the question, Alexa Lyons for the record. Of course we fail sometimes. We are the driest state in the nation, and there is a lot of factors outside of our control. Ecology is incredibly complicated, and we are sure aware that we don't know it all. But we do have some good tools in our toolbox that are making a difference, and we can, with a fair amount of certainty, put those treatments in places where we think we're going to be successful. But like I said, of course, some fail. With regards to the monitoring program, we have started to move in a direction that we're calling a rapid assessment for treatment success. And we are pulling out these crews to monitor fire scars that have burned in the last few years, and that we put treatments on the ground to hone in on that exact thing. Like, was this treatment successful across measurable objectives, not just of your eye and from a photo, right? Like, what is the actual cover percentage of our perennial grasses, and which of those grasses came in? And we're super excited about that program. It's been running for about 3 years now, and we're starting to get some solid data produced there on fires out of the Ely district. And Mark, please add anything.
Yeah, I might just add, Mother Nature dictates and deals us with successes and failures. We could do everything right time, right seed, right treatment, and we still may fail on those drought years. And we're okay with that. What we're not okay with is doing nothing. We know what it takes. We're okay with the failure. We understand Nevada's pretty dry, pretty tough environment to work in. But if we don't do anything, we're going to fail. And we know the long-term outcome. So we're okay with failure. We're going to do our best, putting our best foot forward, using the best science available, working with partnerships. And like Alexa said, persistence. If we don't get it, we get a dry year. We don't see it after 5 years, we may come back in and treat again. And there are new tools out there, Imazapic and Dazaflam, that are allowing us to be more effective, more targeted. So just wanted to offer that up as well.
No, thanks. That's helpful. Bevan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got one more, Alexa. So rapid assessments, what?
Or treatment success.
Treatment success, so RATS.
Yeah, we're calling it the RATS
Okay,
crew.
good enough.
Martin, go ahead.
Martin Paris for the record. Are you finding success in the use of non-native species? And I guess if so, are there any hurdles to getting that included in the seed mixes?
Thank you for the question, Alexa Lyons, for the record. Yes, we do find success including those non-native species, and there's a lot of research to support this as well. But we like to use those non-natives in the low site potential areas. If it is a high precip zone where we're expecting decent recovery and maybe we're just trying to augment, we're going to use native species. We're not trying to put non-native species on the landscape everywhere. That's definitely not our goal. But in those low precip locations, anything below a 10-inch precip zone, we're likely including non-native species in our mix. We cannot generally include non-native species in wilderness areas. Sometimes there's exceptions, but that's a general rule. And, we're working with our counterparts to make sure that whatever seed we're putting on the ground, everybody is in agreement on and feels good about.
All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
All right. We'll now move on to item 8 on our agenda, which is an update from BLM on the Greater Sage-Grouse Approved Resource Management Plan Amendment. So please come forward. Oh, okay. Thank you. I was going to say, I didn't know.
Good morning, everyone.
That's what I was I talked about this enough for this week.
All right. I think we can hear you, Timothy.
Okay, good morning. I am trying to get my video to work here. It's not coming up. So, Tim Bowden, I work for the BLM Nevada State Office as the Sage-Grouse Program Lead. And I've got a slide here, a slide deck that I'll share with you in just 1 second.
Okay.
Let's see.
All right. Looks like we can see your screen now. So if you just want to start the show, you should be good.
Great. Thank you. So again, here to discuss the BLM's Nevada Northeastern California Record of Decision and Approved Resource Management Plan. This plan was 2025, December 22nd of 2025 was published, and it amended certain goals, objectives, allocations, and management direction for sage-grouse within our planning region. One of a big reason for developing this plan or going through the amendment process was to provide consistent and effective range-wide management direction. This came from, in part, through a court order that had enjoined our 2019 plans. In addition, we want to respond to updated scientific information and changing land uses and incorporate state-level guidance that is responsive to locally relevant habitat variability. So this is a range-wide plan with a state or a planning region specific ROD. And so we were able to bring in that consistency across the range, but also recognizing that different states have different habitat types, and there's a need to have some differences from state to state. Another big goal of this plan was that we recognize all the effort that's gone in, that the state of Nevada has put into their sage-grouse conservation plan and this SEC and the CCS program. It's really above and beyond what a lot of other states are doing, and making sure that we were working with the state partners and aligning our management has been a big part of this process. So, as I was saying before, there's the relationship to previous efforts. In 2015, the first sage-grouse RMP amendment was released, and that had included a number of management decisions that adjusted BLM's management. In 2019, we took some of those and amended them, while bringing forward others from the 2015 plan. And then in this 2025 effort, we've done the same concept there. We're pulling from both the 2019 and 2015 plans, as well as bringing some new and modified language into our management. Because of that, we do have some difficulty. Well, just the way the plan is set up, Appendix 2 is going to be an important appendix if you're looking at this plan. This is going to be a table that tells you whether or not it's the 2015 management direction or the 2019 management direction, or whether it was revised in 2025. And so this is kind of a one-stop shop to go and look and see what got changed and what did not get changed. It's not ideal in that it's does not carry forward the actual policy language. If it was changed in 2025, it was instead it's directing you back into that ARPA table to look at, or the ROD to find that language that's been updated. Another thing that's different between the previous plan is that the management decisions, again, this for being consistency, other states and other planning regions did not have, we didn't have consistent management decision numbering. And so, whereas before we would reference back to a certain management decision in others, like for example here, the MD Fire 34 is referencing several previous management decisions. We couldn't carry that language forward. So our numbering system, we now have a consistent numbering system in the 2025, but it's not directly a one-to-one with what was previously provided. Because of that difficulty, we're in the process right now of making this really a one-stop shop document, so that once we'll have the management decision or management direction on the far left corner, and what is current in the right column there. And that way, this draft, right now it's in draft, meaning that we haven't completed the entire process, so we're still in the process of bringing those in, but we're not changing any of the language. We're cut and paste this over into a table, and once that's completed, we'll be able to share that with our partners as well as all of our BLM district offices. So for in the 2025 ARPA, again, it just was, there are several RMP elements that were modified, but not all of them. And so one thing that occurred was we clarified the existing RMP goal, and that again was making it consistent across the range. Greater sage-grouse HMA alignments. So we were able to come up with work with USGS and our state partners and counties to develop a new another model run from what was last run in 2016. And this model defines where our habitat management areas are. So this was resulted in the 2024 publication by Milligan et al. Out of Pete Coates' lab and at USGS. And I think it's a significant improvement, bringing in a lot of information that was not available in that previous run. An important change that is in the ROD in 2025 that was an update or not included previously is the criteria-based management for habitat management areas. And what this does, it allows us the flexibility to change management if the ground conditions are not reflecting what's on the map. And so that in this process, there's not a, if we go out on the ground and we're seeing that what we are showing as being the either PHMA, GHMA, or OHMA, but the ground conditions are not matching up with those definitions, that we're able to modify the management. It wouldn't change the map. It would be on a project-specific basis, but it does give us that ability to use the model as it was intended to be used. We also adopted the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies definition of LEC and LEC status. That was a range-wide change or for consistency. And this is something that NDOW was a part of and in developing those plans, but they and recognize that BLM has adopted that now and will work with us in terms of they still have their definitions that they'll be using, but when working with BLM, they've agreed to use these WAFO definitions for our management. Mitigation was something that changed range-wide quite a bit, but because of Nevada's efforts and the CCS here, it hasn't changed. It was not a big change for our planning region. We continue to use the CCS and support it, and that hasn't changed. There were a few tweaks to our greater sage-grouse habitat management areas. There are about three things, our habitat objectives. About three things have changed in those objectives that are what we use to define some of the habitat components for sage-grouse. There was an update to our disturbance management protocol, and that's something that's been consistent since 2015. Again, across the range, there's a disturbance cap, but in the Nevada planning area, it's a disturbance management protocol. We don't have a cap, and that's again tied back to the state's management, the conservation plan, and the work of the SEC and CCS. There were some changes to our fluid mineral development, leasing objectives and waivers and exceptions and modifications. Again, that was a range-wide consistency topic. There was a change in utility scale solar and wind development going previously in GHMA. That was, well, at least for solar, that was exclusion, and now it's been moved to avoidance. Some modification to our right-of-way management. Minimizing threats from predation was something brought in and highlighted more in the 2025 plan, and that's because the threat from ravens is becoming a much larger issue for the sage-grouse populations, especially here in Nevada. The changes to livestock grazing were fairly minimal. It was more a lot of the concepts across the range were very similar, and so what we ended up doing is condensing those concepts into a fewer number of management decisions that are in the ARPA table, and then things that don't make it into there were moved to best management practices that are provided in an appendix. Some changes to the wild horse and burrow management, but again, very similar concept. It's more of a finding consistent language across the range. And then for adaptive management, in the Nevada, California planning region. We are continuing to work with the set in implementing this program, as well as NDOW. They're both key partners. NDOW manages the population and will identify when a population threshold has been exceeded. With the set, there will be working on, what the habitat thresholds and those exceedances, really trying to come up with a memorandum of understanding that will identify the different roles and responsibilities and incorporate a lot of the state's plan that wasn't able to be brought in directly, because we're having a range-wide document and trying to make that something that all the states can use. And so with this MOU that we'll be developing with both NDOW and the set, we'll be able to bring in a lot of the state's adaptive management. We did amend our RMP goal, and there's again different wording up there. If you look at what we had in 2015 and what we have in 2025, same concept, same objectives, but there is some change to the wording there. The two changes in our allocated decision table that changed were, again, utility scale solar went from exclusion to avoidance, and major rights of way went from avoidance to open. And as well, we do have variations from the range-wide decision. We have 14 unique management decisions that are to our planning region. Those are grouped together in the FEIS, pages 291 through 293. They are also in the 2025 ARPA table, but they're not all in the same location. But and that is the end of the presentation. So are there questions?
All right, thank you. Any questions? Bevan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Tim, I don't know if this is something you'll be able to answer, if I'll have to shoot it over to Alan, but we've heard something about various amendments being made after this amendment was adopted by the BLM. Can you share anything in regards to that?
There were changes between the final EIS and the publication of the ROD. A lot of those, we were right up to 2025. Well, in 2024, we're very close to having a ROD issued. And with the change in administration, there's some changes that came from both the governor consistency review, as well as some of the administration's review. And so that was really the basis for why those changes were made between the FEIS and ROD, and there was a 30-day comment period on the changes that were more substantive.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. So have there been other either interpretations or amendments after the final ROD was signed?
I'm not sure I'm following the question.
So after the governor's consistency review and the public comment and the final ROD was signed, have there been any other amendments or interpretations that would change how management is done?
No, I don't think that there's, since the ROD, there's been no amendments to the plan. We will have, again, like I said before, an MOU with the set, and then a second MOU that's with the set and NDOW for adaptive management. Those will identify some of the roles and responsibilities for the different agencies and bring in, some additional direction that's in the state plan that was not in the range-wide plan. But beyond that, there's no amendments that I'm aware of since this was published.
Okay. We had understood, or I had come to understand that there was some projects that were being reviewed, and the proponents had asked for amendments or special treatment, and that those things were being expedited. Just wondered if you had any background on that, or do you see opportunities within the signed ROD for broad interpretations?
Alan, is this something you can assist with?
If I may interject real quick, I think another word for it is variances. Any variances that have been changed or added to?
Alan Shepard for the record, BLM. I think any project that's going to come forward, I think, is going to ask for something, for some kind of consideration, you know, of where they're locating their or want to locate their project and things like that. Those will be all handled on a very specific, project by project basis for consideration. But right now, we haven't changed any. We haven't made any amendments at this point. We haven't changed any variances at this point. But like I said, we will, and we have at least, I believe, one proponent that has asked for consideration of the habitat type, or the HMA type classification, but we have not done anything with that yet. But we're going to get them. It's just we got them with the last one. We're going to get them with this one.
Thanks for that, Alan. And I guess one more follow-up. In the instance where those variances get made, or whether there are considerations, that still folds back into the conservation credit system and goes through all of that process, right?
Yeah. Alan Shepard for the didn't hit it hard enough. Alan Shepard for the record. No, I think and that's where Tim was talking, the MOU that's going to be developed, is how we're going to work together to look at some of these things, to be able to say, we'll be looking, of course, definitely for plan conformance according to the plan itself and the project. But if there's if there's anything else considered, that's where our relationship with the SET and NDOW will play a big part of looking at, okay, what's the proposal and what are they asking for, and is there an opportunity or not to consider what they're asking for. So it's going to be as we implement and go forward with project development or proposed projects, there's going to be a lot of communication, a lot of coordination that's going to have to occur.
Tim Bowden for the record. I'd also like to add that while we have the criteria-based management for HMA, the SET has always has a process and has always been following a process where they go out and field verify, and they also don't work just on the map. And that the flexibility that's been added will help us to be more in line with NDOW in that way. The SET in that way. And also, I think that it's an important tool, and we recognize that we need to not make any decisions that are going to move us away from the objectives or the definitions of those habitat types. And again, the changes BLM might make would not change the CCS process unless it carried forward through their analysis as well when they go out and do their field checks.
Thank you. Kathleen, go ahead.
Kathleen Steele for the record. Alan, should a variance be considered, like this one that you're mentioning, what type of variances would the BLM consider signing?
Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. I think it's going to come down to really what the project is, in reality. Right now, I would see a proponent maybe questioning which HMA classification their project falls into. Is it really based on the map, PHMA and GHMA, where maybe their consultant says, no, I think it's OHMA and a non-habitat. There could be some of that. That's what I expect probably the most. Potential. There could be the potential of whether it's classified as a major right-of-way versus a minor right-of-way. Gosh, it could be anything. We're gonna have to be flexible and listen, and we can't stovepipe the thing and be so restrictive that it's just a major hassle for everybody. But a lot of it will come down to just what the project is, where it's located, and being able to understand what's the potential disturbance, the impact to the habitat, and understanding kind of where things are at that point. But the critical piece is we're going to try to be as absolutely in conformance with the plan as we can, both statewide as well as range-wide, and so that's our goal.
Thank you. Kathleen Steele for the record. So on those kind of decisions that are looking at changes to habitat management categories, who makes those decisions on whether they believe that it's PHMA or GHMA or OHMA, and who makes that final decision on whether they agree or not? Is USGS brought in on this, or is it just BLM staff?
So Tim kind of referenced it about roles and responsibilities with the MOU, but the way we're looking at it is that will be the local biologist, field BLM biologist, an NDOW representative, a SET representative, and most likely Tim, in this case, to look at it on the ground, and see, if there's consensus of what it is. Is it GHMA versus OHMA, for example? The goal ultimately across the board will be consensus of that group to say, yeah, we're in agreement that it's what the map says, or not. And the way our state-specific ROD is written is we can take that habitat classification up or down. Range-wide, it's only down to identify non-habitat. Ours, we very specifically went against all the other states to be able to do that up and down motion, because that's what our partners wanted, that's what our governor wanted, and looking at it that way, so we can look at that project area and say, man, it's not GHMA, it actually is PHMA. It's just how the mapping came out, in that specific project location. When we do those, it's not going to change the overall map. It's going to change just that specific project site for that project, and the conformance there. It's not changing the map at that point. Maybe potentially if there's enough activity in that area, it can be changed later when we do the next update on the map. But for it's all going to be very project site specific, any of those variations, those changes. But it is going to be a consensus of, and of our state partners as well as BLM. And ultimately, the final say is the state director of BLM. So the group will meet, they'll come to consensus or not. If consensus is reached, it'll be briefed to the state director. The state director will give his or her concurrence. If there's, the way we're looking at it right now, if there's not a consensus and there's still a contest of wills over what it is, the way we're looking at that will likely be the state the state directors, the BLM state director, NDOW, and DCNR is what we're looking at right now.
One more, if I may. Kathleen Steele for the record. Thank you for that. For exemptions being asked or changes being asked based on land use where there's a requirement for exclusionary or exclusions or something like that, and they've asked to be have a variance or an exemption on that. How is that determined, and who decides that, and is the BLM favorable towards those?
Well, I mean, we're going to have to, like I said earlier, we're going to have to consider each one specifically to what it is and to the magnitude of the project or the requested variance or exception. The ARPA lines out some of the exceptions that can occur, and we would just have to follow that process to see how they fall, and that will fall within the final purview of the state director of making a final call on some of that.
And if I'm not mistaken, Kathleen Steele for the record, one of the exemptions that allows, or one of the allowances that people can use is to go through the CCS.
Yep.
Which is not something that we had supported initially. Thank you.
Just one more question along those lines. So if a variance can be asked for to, the example that you're using, potentially to go up or down, between GHMA and PHMA, is it just, would that conversation only happen with the agencies and the project proponent, or is there an opportunity for someone else during that process to say, actually, this project that's being proposed, we think it's actually PHMA? Can anybody come in and make that request, or is this just an initial conversation with the project proponent?
My button doesn't work all the time. Alan Shepard, BLM. It's principally going to be the proponent and the partner, the agencies, would be that discussion. Yep.
Other questions? Go ahead, Bevan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and TM or Alan. I guess news stories that environmental religion groups have filed suit appealing the RMPA. Can you give us a little update on that, what the nature of their suit is, and whether they're in a a favorable judge or not? Sorry.
Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. I don't know all the specifics of the complaint. I do know that the pieces that I've looked at and heard is we didn't go far enough with restrictions and things like that. We didn't, it was supposed to be deeper, harder, type of thing. We didn't, and I think there's that we didn't address the previous litigation, that with the 15 and 19 litigation, and address the points there. So I believe ultimately it's down to the fact that, BLM, you didn't go far enough, and you didn't address what the judge said that stopped you, litigated you last time, and they wanted definitely to go back to the 15 plan. Yeah.
Just one follow-up. Have they asked for a stay in? I haven't read this suit, so
I'm not sure if they've asked for a stay, but I believe they have. I'm not certain on that.
Okay, I do have one other question. So in these MOUs that are going to be put into place with BLM, with NDOW, what does that process look like? And I guess more specifically, what does the involvement of this council look like in that process?
Alan Shepard for the record. It's going to be a collaborative process. I mean, we're going to, we got to get through some things, some roadshow stuff that we're doing, and I'll talk about in a minute. But we need to get through some things that we're doing right now with getting folks up to speed with the plan. But it'll be a sit-down process with Tim and representatives of SET and NDOW to sit down and identify, and sit down and work out, how we're all going to play, how we're going to work together, how we're going to coordinate and do that, because, that's pretty key to, definitely, my leadership as well as the state director's leadership of how we want this done. I know when we talked with the agency directors in the past, saying that we were very specifically putting that we were going to develop this MOU in the document itself, stating that it's something that we wanted to do and make sure that we had a partnership process of working together and identifying those roles and responsibilities. So in the coming months, that's going to kick in, and we'll be setting up some meetings where the folks can get together and start, lining it out. I know Tim's got some ideas from previous MOUs that we've had with, like, NDOW, for example, and then how we work it in and bring the SET into that, and then that process. I think I'm sure there's gonna be definitely other review process by the agencies. Whatever we are putting together, we're gonna have to have our solicitors review. The state, I'm sure, will have to have solicitors review. Leadership with the different agencies are gonna have to take a peek at it and agree with how it's kind of worded, formatted, and put together. So it's not gonna be something I don't think is gonna, happen overnight. But I'm sure there's going to be, a chance for the review and development for then later approval by the directors.
Thanks, Alan. And that's probably more appropriately, directed towards you, Kathleen, but I certainly don't want to speak for the council, but I think I would certainly appreciate the opportunity to have at least some eyes on it or input or anything like that.
Kathleen Steele, for the record, the plan is to, when we get it all finalized, obviously have our DAG look at it and bring it to the council as well for final language.
Great, thank you. Do you have any questions from anybody online? Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, hi, Kyle. This is Justin.
Yep, you're good. Go ahead.
Thank you. Justin Barrett, Fish and Wildlife Service, for the record. Just wanted to go back to the conversation regarding on-the-ground habitat assessments. I appreciate that this is a step in the process, and I think that's really valuable. And that there's a potential for change in classification where it's appropriate. But I just wanted to remind the group the value of also looking at these sites from a landscape scale as well as just a project scale. Both of those are really important. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, with that, I will close item 8 on the agenda, and I will hand control of this meeting back over to our chairman.
You were doing such a great job. I was hoping you just keep going. But, okay. Thank you sorry for the interruption. I appreciate it. Did you take a break? I don't want to get yelled at for not taking a break.
No, you can be the one to give us a break.
All right. Hey, I'm going to get some credit back. Okay. Let's take about a 10-minute break if that's all right with everyone. Thank you. Okay, if we can start getting settled again, I'd appreciate it. Okay, thanks, everybody. If we can go back on the record, I appreciate it. I think are we ready to go? All good? Okay. All right, item 9, discussion and consideration of Greater Sage-Grouse Population Management Unit changes for version 2.2 to better align with the Bureau of Land Management. Possible action. Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you might see a few changes on my presentation from what I was posted about a week ago. Just made some minor updates due to conversations I've had since, but the updated is in your packet, so you can follow along that way. So I'm going to talk about some differences that we've seen and some issues that we've run into regarding our PMUs and subsequently BSUs and WAFA zones, and then the new mapping changes. And maybe some conversation can be had about how to better align and consider these mapping changes with the layers that we currently work with. So a little bit of background, we have population management units, which are PMUs. They're general delineations of sage-grouse populations for management in Nevada. They're based on aggregations of LECs, understanding of the habitat and potential boundaries to the population, such as mountains and valleys. So they essentially outline population by population. They're developed by NDOW for the 2001 state plan and refined in the 2004 state plan. However, recent conversations, there might be an updated PMU layer from NDOW, but with very minor boundary adjustments that we're still trying to figure out which is the most up-to-date and compare that to ours. Biologically significant units, I swear I changed that, BSUs, they're again general delineations of sage-grouse populations for management. They are geographical areas containing relevant and important habitats used as a basis for comparative calculations to monitor the habitat status. So we have like the PMUs, the populations, then you go up to the BSUs, collective populations. They were developed by NDOW in 2015, and also we are unsure if there's an update to this one based on the fact that there was an update to a slight adjustment in NDOW's files regarding the PMUs. So we're still looking into that, but they're, again, minor changes, just some boundary adjustments. And then we go to the WAFA zones. So we have the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency zones. They were developed to guide sage-grouse conservation and goals and range-wide management. So it's not just Nevada anymore. It steps outside of Nevada across the entire region for greater sage-grouse. They're range-wide management delineations based on populations within forensic provinces. So we have like the Great Basin, province and so on, based on their vegetative characteristics. They were developed by WAFA for the 2006 Greater Sage-Grouse Comprehensive Conservation Strategy, and there are no plans to update those zones anytime soon. So a little bit more history. The BSUs are considered service areas, are considered the CCS's service area. It's mentioned in the state plan as that this is these delineations, the BSUs, are where we work in the CCS. And so that's how we've always run. We've kind of locked in the habitat, the management categories into the BSUs and PMUs. All these categories are used in the CCS for proximity factors. So if a debit project purchases outside of the PMU that it's impacting, then the debit amount required to purchase goes up. If it steps outside the BSU, it goes up even more, and then WAFA zone, it goes up even more. So that's really the only time that these are taken into account in our calculations. Now the conundrum. So the USGS habitat management areas have been updated, as you guys are well aware. We updated them based on a requirement to update to the latest science. They, however, contain areas outside of that service area that are categorized as habitat. And that was always the case initially with the old HMAs, is that there were little pieces sitting outside of the BSUs and PMUs, but they weren't too crazy. There wasn't a lot of, it was just more like the edge of OHMA. So it wasn't a ton, and it wasn't too much of a concern. Now there seems to be a little bit more sitting outside of the PMUs and the BSUs. The program has always restricted the HMAs to the PMUs, again, for that proximity factor consideration. However, the BLM map does not limit habitat to the PMUs. So in some locations, the BLM has more restrictions and requirements for greater sage-grouse habitat than the CCS does. And so, again, it's causing confusion when talking to proponents. They're like, well, the BLM says that this is habitat, but you say it's not habitat. And over here, you say it's habitat, and the BLM doesn't say it's habitat. So we're trying to figure out how to, as best align and reduce that confusion as possible. Some considerations. Should the CCS be managing all areas of the HMAs, or should we continue to limit our service area to the PMUs and the BSUs? Or should the service area be updated to not only include just the PMUs and BSUs, but just habitat management categories as a whole? Again, that would have to be a change in not only our documents, but the state plan. However, the state plan was last written in 2019, so it kind of is due for an update. Unfortunately, I regret saying that. So the proposal that we make, if you decide to update to the service areas instead of the PMUs and BSUs, we can add an extra other category to our PMUs, BSUs, and WAFA zones to kind of cover the rest of the state to account for the extra habitat outside of the HMAs. This allows for consideration of all HMAs while still accounting for that proximity factor. The same rules that would apply with the factor if they're in other, so on and so forth. Projects requiring the CCS would still be limited by the HMAs, not the PMUs. So we would change that service area to be updated to HMAs only, and that would reflect any change in science down the road. If the HMAs get updated again, the service area just shifts with that. And then we also propose to update the PMUs and the BSUs to the latest shape files. Again, they're minor when we figure out which ones are the latest. And that's it. Any questions?
Questions? Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly McGowan for the record. So I'm wondering what basis was used by the BLM to extend these habitat management areas? Was it biologically based, or was it habitat based? And yeah, just what were the parameters that were used?
So Kathleen Steele for the record. So I'm answering for you, but correct me if I'm wrong. The BLM has just taken what USGS developed. They obviously created a slightly different version. They smoothed while we use still the raster, the raw raster, but they smoothed it out. But that's what they just took the raw data from, relatively raw data from USGS, and whatever extent that is given from USGS, that's what they've been using. And since USGS's new maps, they fall outside of what was extended before, what was considered habitat before.
If I could
Kelly,
have
go ahead.
just a follow-up.
Sorry, I'll get you.
It seems to me like in a lot of these areas that have been added in the BLM's maps, these might be the areas that will be contested by potential applicants as to whether or not it's habitat or not. And that could increase the workload for them, for you guys, for everyone. And so I would just exercise some caution as when we make our consideration on this
Alan?
Sorry, Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. So with our map, we clipped to the PMUs when we developed it or finalized it. So it's clipped to the PMUs. But one thing that we are doing for project proponents that come in and say we want to build a project that's X location, we have a map layer that we're using now for the field that covers the 6-kilometer buffer around all the HMA classifications. So we're trying to cover as much of the habitat, much of the HMA areas that to make sure that we're getting the SET's needs covered as much as we can for that consultation. So our staff knows exactly, for that proponent, here's your packet. You need to talk to the SET as soon as possible, about this project because of what they're developing, or they're emailed it or whatever it happens to be. And one of the things we're clearly identifying to staff is when you do that, when you hand that packet or send that email or whatever, is to email Kathleen, so she's aware that we've done it. Because there's instances where staff forgets and, through e-planning, Kathleen finds out about it and asks questions. And we're trying to eliminate that as much as possible. And that's why we've gone to that more broad, if you looked at the map, essentially the whole northern 2/3 of Nevada is covered in the consultation area. So the proponent that comes in is going to see this and then and have their visit with the group, with the SET. So, or hopefully they have the visit. So, but all these modeled maps. You got to look at it as they're models. They're not going to be perfect. We're not saying it's perfect, but it's the best we have to move the plan forward and get something in place so we can work through the management of the grouse habitat and the grouse themselves. So it's still in, to be worked with, still to be how we can improve in the future, that type of thing. So.
If I may, I think this is kind of being framed a little bit differently than our last conversation on this at our last meeting. I think the smoothing was a concern before, and this would incorporate that smoothing because, is that correct?
This would not incorporate the smoothing.
Okay, so we won't have areas of the PMUs or, I'm going to get my PMUs or the BSUs outside of the HMAs, or are we still, where there'll be any areas that are left out by using this HMAs?
Kathleen Steele, if the habitat map is continued to be clipped by the PMUs, it is there's still habitat outside that falls outside of those PMUs. That's what I'm bringing to you guys today for consideration is should we account for all mapped greater sage-grouse habitat. The smoothing, the council had already decided to continue with the raw raster.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm trying to get it framed in mind. So this is actually
something separate.
But in terms of we're not going to be taking anything out that's currently habitat.
No.
Okay.
It's just adding potential habitat into it.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess go back, if you can go back to your previous slide, the proposal here. So this would just create this, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what is, and I can't, for some reason, I don't actually have the presentation in my packet.
It's the, so on the screen, it's just the orange area, and it can be adjusted, obviously outside of, or up into getting rid of like Las Vegas, an area where the habitat is not, but.
Okay, so you're anticipating where I'm going, which is that, we're not gonna map Clark County or.
Which is why I was suggesting running the service area by the habitat category, or the HMAs, instead of the PMU or BSUs. Because regardless of where, I mean, the habitat, sage-grouse habitat's never going to fall down in Clark County and
Right.
Las Vegas area. But that accounts for wherever the habitat may move in the future with USGS's updates, it captures it.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Kathleen. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how it functions. So PMUs, BSUs, and WAFWA zones primarily, in my little bitty thinking and memory, are used in the proximity factors and how we calculate debits and credits, right? What's the functional question that we're asking here? We have batted the ping pong back and forth about what maps to use and what to hold on to, and I guess you'll forgive my philosophy, but I've always felt like the maps that this council adopts should be the maps that we use. BLM doesn't like them. BLM can do their own thing, whatever. But when it comes down to management and the CCS and projects on the ground, the maps that this council adopts are the maps that need to get used. That's been my philosophy. Take it for what it's worth. So what is the functional change that we're talking about here?
Kathleen Steele for the record. It was just, it was brought up to us by the BLM that why don't we include all the map or all the HMAs that Pete has created, has developed. And it was a good point, and it was a consideration because when I was talking to the BLM, they were struggling again balancing that. Sometimes they have areas that are considered sage-grouse habitat, and they send it to us, and we go, no, we don't have that as sage-grouse habitat in our maps. So it's just brought up of like, let's bring it to the council for consideration. This is, with the new science, this is a potential issue that there's habitat that Pete has identified that falls outside of where the CCS generally serves. Do we want to update the PMUs and BSUs as well to coincide with the updated habitats? That's all it was just a suggestion of a conversation due to updated science creating like a trickle effect down through all the layers.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. Again, follow up. So our habitat management area maps are they not aligned with what BLM has?
Our habitat management area maps are not what BLM has.
Okay. Personally, that's BLM's problem, not ours. But the history here is pretty long and deep. So a lot of that's mapped under those models that is said to be habitat is not. And there are, I got fields below Panaca that are not sage-grouse habitat. Never seen a sage-grouse, at least not in my lifetime that's getting longer and longer. The model is the model. We've adopted our maps. So if BLM gets something that comes in that says sage-grouse habitat on their map, then they send them to you, and you say, nope, you're good, it's non-habitat to us, go back to the BLM.
Yep.
And then, but there's then this discussion about PMUs, BSUs, and WAFWA zones. I'm missing the connection.
We clip our maps to the PMUs because of, that's how the council had decided before I even came on. So that was just the question is like, should we not clip our HMAs to the PMUs anymore? Should we should the service area be determined by the habitat that is mapped and modeled, or should it be determined by the PMUs and BSUs? And that's purely the question.
Bevan, can I shed a little light on, maybe a little light? Justin Small for the record, Endow statewide upland game coordinator. The PMUs were never meant to be, to have the scale that the HMAs, even during the 2015 ARPA. They were meant kind of broad population categories based off of causal factor analysis. If we need to expand them to meet updated mapping techniques, quite frankly, we're in a new era of mapping, especially with the ASUI that's incorporating modern, over, I think, close to 1 million telemetry points of demographic data, mapping techniques like RC map and RAP data down to the 30-meter resolution. As far as the way the council and the BLM parses out where they want to say certain habitat delineations for this purposes are delineated, I'll let you guys work that out. But as far as these PMU boundaries aren't to be set in stone, even during the 2015 ARPA, we let for indirect and direct impact disturbance discussions across Sagebrush Range in Nevada, we let HMAs drive that ship. So we can adjust it to accommodate the set, kind of do a mock or a mask or a pseudo type, not a mask, more of a pseudo type PMU. They need to be updated probably a little bit anyways, but they never were meant to work at the resolution that the, PHMA, HMA, GHMA habitat delineation categories were, especially now that we got the ASUI layer involved in the HQT. So I look at that as more driving the ship. I think we can get there to accommodate both parties with BLM, and I think BLM works at a little coarser scale in some of those, like we did more pixelated rasters or there's more noise. But yeah, as far as the resolution that the new USGS developed HMA categories are working out, that's kind of what's driving things. And if we need to clip or expand what we have clipped right now as far as PHMU layers, we can definitely accommodate Kathleen's crew in doing that, and I'm fine with that. And we've had conversations about that. So as far as PMUs, you got to have something to clip something to. But we're talking 2004 plan. We were looking through a glass somewhat darkly back then compared to the era we're in now as far as the techniques. And I understand models are models, but the ASU model, at least from my background, knowing what goes into that, it's one of the sophisticated approaches out there to delineate habitat designations that we're using through the HQT.
Alan had something to add.
Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. I want to make two clarifications. So with the consultation map, that map that I was talking about is the SETS map plus 6 kilometer buffer around that map. So that's to give you a better perspective there. But one thing that I want to make sure everybody realizes is the map we're using, we're not saying is all the grouse habitat. It is it is the areas that meet the definitions of PHMA, GHMA, and OHMA. It's not all the habitat. It's just through the modeling, that's what it come out to be. It's not a habitat map. We want to be clear with that. It's different. So just want to be clear with that.
Matthew.
Matt Johns for the record. Kind of clarification, and are there two kind of details here? One, is there functionally, if we change nothing else with how our service area and how we evaluate, are there some NDOW recommendations on just updating the PMU and the BSU maps that NDOW's been working on. Is that kind of one, is there, if nothing else changes with the tool, is there just foundationally, there's some updates to those maps that we've used that could be changed in the system?
Justin?
Yeah, Justin Small for the record again. Matt, yeah, we could definitely accommodate that. I think there needs to be some updating. Is that what you're asking, like updating to the BSU boundaries and the PHMA?
Yeah, just first couple of slides, kind of absent the BLM mapping, there's some mapping that we use for setting proximity factors that you've indicated there's some updates that have been done on that. And is that a singular matter separate from the other category?
Anything to do with proximity factors that could affect that, I'm totally willing to sit down and update those where they can have, ramifications as far as debits and credits.
Yeah. And then the second question, kind of the broader question, is kind of this alignment with other on the BLM mapping. Am I thinking through that correctly, or am I off?
Kathleen Seal for the record. There are two options here. Initially proposed one, but there are two options with coordination with NDOW. Either we can work with NDOW to update the PMUs and BSUs to be continue being used as a service area, but to align more closely with the new habitat management categories, or to get past that if NDOW has no desire to update their PMUs and BSUs, to create a blanket other category that fills the rest of the state that captures anything else, and move the service area to habitat management categories. So those are the two options right now, is either stick to where we are, adjust the PMUs and BSUs, or make a blanket category across the board.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Small for the record again. I think the latter might be probably easier. But it's up to what you guys want. We could do either or.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sherm Swanson for the record. It sounds like the update the maps, the PM by NDOW, is the solution, and the other is the workaround. And if NDOW is prepared to do the solution, then I would go there, unless it's going to take a very long time, or there's some question about whether it'll actually happen, in which case we might need the workaround.
Justin Small for the record. If I'm understanding your question correct, Sherm, in a way, the PMU BSU is almost a moot point to me, because we're working at a scale below that when it comes to the HMAs. That's driving this whole ship. So the PMU and BSU, I mean, we are drilling down through them, but the final, I think, discussions based around and for any proponent project around debits and credits is going to be driven by HMA delineations.
And yet that's created some confusion because of what we learned in this conversation.
Right.
And so getting away from that confusion, we ought to go one way or the other.
Yeah.
And is revising these maps a very accomplishable thing in a short order, in which case we should just get the solution? Or is it maybe not even going to happen, going to take way too long, in which case we need a temporary workaround so that we don't have people confused?
Yeah. I think it could actually take a little while to do at this point. It's not hard, but it's just getting the time. It's something I can probably do in a week, I would imagine. But if that's the course you guys want to go, then we can do the PMU, BSU updating. I'm fine with the workaround, but it's kind of what the council wants.
Casey, and then I'll come to you, Kyle.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Justin.
Casey Adkins for the record. I just want to provide a little bit of clarification and provide some details about the functionality of how this change would impact the system as a whole. So looking at slide 7, you can see the HMAs, the underlying in the red, orange, and yellow, and then in the green outline, those are the PMUs. So right now we're cropping those orange and yellow and red blobs to those green areas. So any project, whether debit or credit, that falls outside of one of those green areas is not going through the system. So by using the HMAs that are not clipped to these PMUs, we're going to be actually providing more restoration potential, more preservation potential, and more mitigation potential by servicing a larger area that has already been deemed as habitat by USGS.
To add to that, Kathleen Steele, if you look at the northern kind of isolated blob, green blob in the west side of the state, you can kind of see that there is a LEC, a red circle, just to south of that is not within that green blob. So we are completely missing that LEC within our system.
Casey Adkins, and we have had debit projects. I am going to speak about debit because that's largely what I work on. But we have had debit projects that are within direct or even indirect impacts of these areas that we're not servicing that are then excluded from the system because we have clipped to these the service area, those green boundaries.
Kyle, sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I guess I need to better understand if we go the route, I mean, as Sherm, and I appreciate that, Sherm, you actually clarified that in my mind what we're looking at here, but in terms of how that works then, I mean, Justin, if you're going to do that work to essentially update the mapping, are we talking about just updating to areas that we know that we have, we know that there's LECs there, we know that there's birds there, we verified that habitat. We're not necessarily taking into account some of the modeling that we've had concerns with in the past? The record will show that Justin is saying no, he will not do that. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Justin Small for the record. Again, thanks, Kyle, for the question. Yes, that's what we would do.
Okay, thanks. And then, so Casey, your example, I mean, yeah, you're talking about potentially we're opening up areas that there would be verified habitat that would be available, I guess, for servicing, and that's both the debit and the credit side. So if you had a project that was, building in one of those areas that's outside a PMU right now, it would potentially be subject to the jurisdiction of the council, but also it would open up an opportunity if somebody had a credit project in that area that they're not available to do that right now.
That's correct.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, so that red dot is the example, I believe, right there in, I guess, Humboldt County. If somebody came forward with a credit project there, they wouldn't be approved for one.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Other questions? Matt?
Matt Johns for the record. A good example of the LEC in the northwest corner of the state. I can actually see it. That's remarkable on it. If you could walk us through the BLM versus the CCS process that under a circumstance like that the BLM, a project proponent, is there through the BLM map that may be more expansive than our service area, that would come to us if it was just that one spot. And I'm kind of curious what our decision from a set and a mitigation process would be, and then separately, what actions would BLM separately do in terms of mitigation under that scenario?
So Kathleen Steele for the record, on our side, if we get something from BLM that says, hey, we've noticed that this project is coming in, they've proposed a project within this area, we have it labeled as sage-grouse habitat, due to our MOU, we're letting you know. We would take a look at it and it would not fall within our map whatsoever, therefore our tool would not run. It would not, whether it's direct or just even the indirect is not even touching that area. So our tool can't run, we can't do anything. So we let them know that this is out of habitat and there's no further action needed from us. And we send that back to the BLM and to the proponent.
And then Alan, on the BLM side of the house, would the BLM potentially have other mitigation measures that they would want to contemplate?
Yeah, Alan Shepard for the record, BLM. Yeah, I mean, if it falls within our map that's in the ARPA, that's where we're gonna look at plan conformance. So whatever that, for whatever project it is, whatever to be in conformance with the plan, that's what we'd be looking at. That's where the difficulty, I guess you wanna call it, between having two maps.
Thank you.
Sherm?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council get an opportunity to review this again with a new set of maps so that we can fix this problem and delete the confusion.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? For discussion purposes, I see more. Kathleen wants to come in, but let's just at least, do we have a second? Some motion dies for lack of a second. So let's continue with discussion and we'll try again. Sure, I'm sorry.
Kathleen Steele, my
Okay.
question was, you said a new map. Are we going the work with NDOW to create more PMU or adjust the PMU boundaries?
That's
okay.
the map.
Instead of the workaround.
Yeah, that's the
yes.
map.
Okay. Then that makes more sense. Thank you.
Pardon my lack of clarification, but yes, what Justin proposed could be done that would solve the problem, not just provide a workaround.
Kyle, do you have a question?
Yeah, it was along the same lines. So I think, so Sherman, if I'm understanding you correctly, the direction would be that Justin prepare new maps for our consideration that would incorporate the areas that we're talking about.
Yes.
Matthew.
This map helps me, Matt Johnson for the record. When we say we're adjusting the PMU boundaries, is NDOW's work in that assessment separate from BLM's mapping of habitat management areas? Are there two different things? And they may not match.
Justin?
Yes, and I don't know if Jasmine Kleiber's on the, I know in a lot of tech reviews, they use a lot of different of these, if I'm following your question right, BSU, PHMU layers for like causal factor analysis and things. But as far as overall, the HMA layers, and especially the updated mapping that went into that, is what's really going to be, what we're going to be utilizing as far as.
Is that a different set of criteria, though, than what NDOW is using today? We said that we've identified some updates to the PMU maps. And is that an independent criteria than what BLM's produced in the recent mapping? That's kind of what I'm trying to get to.
Not that I'm aware of. You mean as far as?
Yeah, I guess what's on my mind is when we say we're adjusting the maps, are we adjusting the green areas to just encompass what BLM is saying is area?
Yes.
But earlier in the presentation, we said we've identified some changes just independently on those areas.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, Kathleen Steele for the record to clarify. Yes, so in our conversations recently, Justin and I, he had a slightly different layer than the one we've been working with very slight boundary adjustments.
Right.
Instead of like a point where I have a point, it's more flat. And so we're trying to figure out which one is the most up to date, but it's not significant enough changes to make a difference on those maps.
Okay. It's mapping.
We still need to adjust the PMUs and BSUs if we're going to incorporate new identified habitat management categories.
But outside of that, making the criteria for the PMUs, that's what I'm kind of curious about. Are we really adding a criteria that every time a BLM map may change, we would change ultimately the service area on it?
Kathleen Steele for the record. So that was right now the service area is the PMU and BSU, so yes, that would be a suggestion down the road is anytime we create new HMA categories, we would have to go to NDOW and see if they have a desire to adjust their PMUs and BSUs to accommodate.
Thanks for the clarification.
Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly McGowan for the record. So we've known that LECs can kind of pulsate, right? They can go offline for a while, come back online, depending on habitat or conditions and so on. Do we know, in this case, those LECs that are just on the fringes or that weren't included, how long we've known they've, like, are they new LECs or newly discovered LECs, or did we just miss them? Because I think it's vital that we recognize LECs as priority habitat. I mean, that's the basis of what we're doing. But also, I remember early on talking about the discussions about a pulsating map that is continually changing, and so and a follow-up. Does NDOW have guidance as to how long a LEC, how long it is active before you consider it just an active LEC?
Yeah, Kelly, thanks for the question. Justin Small again. Yeah, we are, so for an active LEC, NDOW's definitions for 20 to 25 years, I'd have to look back, but has been 2 active males for 5 years, creates an active LEC. We are currently switching, like Tim said, not only to accommodate BLM, but also to accommodate the WAFA standardization of LEC status definitions developed in 2022. Back when the 2015 ARPA was developed, each state kind of had their own definition still. So we wanted to capture that population oscillation cycle where LECs could blink on and blink off, and when they come inactive and active, and now we're switching to a 10-year definition timeline. So to capture that 8 to 10-year oscillation cycle. And what was your other, there was another part of that question there, but at the first part of your question, the LECs can come on and come off, and some of these we monitor 2,380 plus LECs across the state. So it would be interesting, like where that little, well, it's a different slide now, where the little bubble was, where that LEC might have come back online. And we'll also have a lot more predictability through time now when LECs, through the target annual warning system that we incorporated in on our side at Nevada, whether they're gonna blink out or possibly stay active through time.
And just to follow up, so my initial question was, how do we know how long some of these LECs that are falling outside the PMUs have been counted or considered active?
We have all that data in our comprehensive LEC database, and I can get any of that data for that when we look at these about expanding these PMU boundaries and to the updated modeling. But yeah, we have all that longitudinal timeline data set through the 1960s, actually.
Go ahead, Cal.
One more follow-up, Kelly McGowan for the record. So certainly I think adjusting the PMUs to include these LECs, especially if they've been determined to be active, even if they pulsate somewhat. The other areas, I guess, what will you use to analyze whether or not they actually should be incorporated into the PMU? If they're designated by the color there, I can't determine, but if they're designated as like OHMA, what parameters would you use to determine whether or not it would be adequate to add it?
So I'm going to use the updated comprehensive, what we call a composite model by USGS that's underdriving the ASUI layer. But I can also piecemeal that out and look at the, not to go into the weeds of modeling, but we could look at the difference IPM, state and space model of actual, where it's not just predicted, where it's actually driven off of the demographic telemetry data, and see if there's actual birds based off of that, actual abundance of birds, because that's different with this kind of modern era approach that we've incorporated. It actually derives it not only based off of habitat suitability, but actual selection. And not disuse, but actual selection by birds, by telemetry. We got over, I think, close to 1 million telemetry points at this point driving this map. And I can refine that down almost to the 1 meter resolution scale if I need to, within those, to clip those telemetry boundaries to what I don't, not just us, but as a team and working with them, whether it's appropriate in some of that habitat. But I think at this point, and the council's accepted the ASIU layer based off of their confidence in it, I think that's the best thing we have and the most highest resolution to clip these PHMA boundaries to. And for internal mitigation discussions, when we're accommodating the set on proponent-driven projects, like I said, we are looking at those new mapping techniques, not the PHMA layers. The PHMA layers, just to be quite frank, they need to be updated, because they were delineated at a coarser scale back then, never to operate at this scale at the HQT level.
Kyle, you had some?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess building a little bit off what Kelly was getting at, but I'm just looking at, in the obvious cases, it makes sense that, like, yeah, there's a lek sitting right outside the boundary. That's an easy thing to do, but if I'm understanding the problem that I guess we're here to solve right now is that you have these areas that are outside of the PMUs that the BLM considers habitat, and so the only way to really solve that problem is that you have to include all of those areas into a PMU. Does that make sense in all cases? Like, you can't really see it here, but I was cheating off of Bevan's iPad, and like there's some OHMA in like Story County, which what looks to be in the middle of the Tahoe Reno Industrial Center. Are we going to do a PMU there?
Thanks, Kyle, for the question. I think it's a relevant and good question. I think that's where, Justin Small for the record, I think that's where the adaptive management process comes in, and we evaluate that on a case-by-case basis if we have to tighten that up. Obviously, I don't want to overspeak with what the BLM's saying. They have a designated map that they're living by, so we got to align with that. If I remember right, Alan, a little bit more coarser. Some of this noise has been taken out of it to operate at the scale that they're operating at. So I think we'd have to work with our partners, but if it doesn't make sense, we could bring that before the council and adjust that map. There's always noise in some of this stuff, right? If it's PHMA, I think we have to take a harder look at that. But if it's OHMA,
right,
then that's different.
And then I guess, but if we don't include everything, have we gotten to the issue that we're trying to solve here?
Kathleen Steele, that's up to you guys. Like you said before, the BLM can do what the BLM does, and we run with the maps that we run with. It was just a consideration. Like Casey said, we've had issues with projects falling in.
Yeah.
So it's just a consideration to bring forth.
Okay. Yeah, and I stand by my statement of last meeting, which is that, yes, I do think our maps are the best, and ultimately, if it's in sage-grouse habitat, they got to come to you anyway.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sherm Swanson for the record. It seems to me that in the overall scheme of things that there's a step in the process that is figuring out where the important sage-grouse habitat is, and we have maps, and the BLM has the maps that cause them to say where mitigation is needed or where some special measure is needed because of the quality of the habitat. And that we have clipped that map based on a PMU boundary, which I interpret as where can we say the birds inside this green line are likely to be interacting with each other in a reproductive way, and therefore we have a gene pool. And if we let that drive the other map, I think we're letting the tail wag the dog. So I think we ought to fix that map, which I think could be fixed easily, so that where we happen to clip to for the purpose of having the genetics covered, which is another step in our process further down the line, we ought to get away from that, which was what I was trying to accomplish with my motion, which was essentially what Justin offered, which I think is quite generous.
Casey Adkins for the record, just to kind of follow up with Sherm, and this is some of my, my greatest concern with clipping to the PMUs, are some of those areas that are kind of those one-offs. So still in Humboldt County, if you go east, you can kind of see that area that's excluded. It's kind of doing this half a horseshoe shape. That could potentially, with restoration and preservation, with the correct work, that could eventually be a corridor and actually provide additional habitat or movement corridors for these birds and population expansion. So I don't want to exclude these types of areas because there's not a LEC, because there is potential for good work to be done there.
That was my next question, so, yeah. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kelly McGowan. Yeah, I was just going to point to one of the PMUs. It looks there in northwest Lincoln and White Pine counties that does not appear to have any LECs within it, but includes habitat. So I think to some extent we're already including some of those areas that do not include PHMA due to the lack of a LEC.
Other comments, questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention that there's been hands sort of coming up and going down online over here. So there's been one, and I'll just let you call on the individual. Thank you.
Are we prepared to let folks provide input on this outside the SEC? Yes. Okay, yeah, if you wouldn't mind, we'll start addressing the public comment on there. That's fine. We'll open it up. It's a pretty important issue, I believe. So whoever had, sorry.
Well, yeah, thank you. This is Tim Bowden for the record, and I just wanted a point of clarification on the slide 7 that shows the PMUs and the habitat management areas. What's being shown is the USGS example habitat management area. So as a point of clarification, are we talking about, is the set talking about adopting the example habitat management areas that USGS produced, or the HMA areas that BLM adopted, which were clipped by a version of the PMU? It seems like we might have two different versions there, but would not be the same thing.
Would you like to address that, Kathleen?
Kathleen Steele for the record. We are not proposing to adopt the BLMs at all. We are proposing to take ours and this is not ours currently. Ours is the same thing, just clipped. So I was trying to show that there's habitat outside of it. So we are proposing to take ours that was adopted by the council and still stands, still pixelated and still rastered, and either expand it beyond the PMUs or adjust the PMUs to incorporate it, therefore still expanding the habitat categories.
Anybody else online? Oh, sorry. I'll come back to you.
Chairman, for your record, this is Jeremy Drew. I just wanted to confirm you can hear me.
Yes.
All right. For your record, Jeremy Drew, representing Churchill and White Pine County, and we also advise the Nevada Association of Counties on public land and natural resource issues. And I've really enjoyed the discussion, and I think the council's on the right track with the PMU updates. But just to flag for everyone, clipping to PMUs was a really big issue for local governments when we were going through cooperating agency and even public comment with BLM. And the reason for that and some of the potential unintended consequences to some degree is prioritization. So we know there's modeled habitat out there that has no birds and the potential for no birds. And Casey's point is well made. There may be some areas that make sense for connectivity or future expansion, but there's also unintended consequences. So for example, do we want to be spending limited time and resources dealing with debit projects where there are no birds in disparate habitat? Or do we want to allow credit projects in areas of modeled habitat that have no birds, like Mr. Davis pointed out in TRI? So I think moving towards adjusting the PMU boundaries in a manner that makes sense is absolutely the right move. The only thing that I would ask is some sort of stakeholder process to review those maps, because I know when we've done that in the past in other counties, what we've seen is some of those dated PMU maps were out into Greasewood Flats or things like that that didn't really have value for connectivity. So I think there's a value in having a little bit more stakeholder process once the models are there to try and flag those areas that make sense, because not all modeled habitat is going to make sense from a priority and a practicality standpoint for us to deal with. So I appreciate you recognizing me and taking that comment into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Jeremy. Anybody else online?
We have no additional comments online.
Thank you very much. Okay, the board, I'll take it back to us. Does somebody want to take a shot at a motion? Kyle?
I'll take a shot at maybe rephrasing Sherm's motion in a way. But I think my motion would be that we direct staff to work with Endow to come up with new maps that adjust the PMUs, in a way that they think makes sense, with a opportunity for public input, and then bring those that proposal back to our next meeting.
Kathleen, you have a question? Oh, okay, all right. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Sherm. Further discussion? Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bevan Lister for the record. And I support the motion, but I think it sounds to me, at least for what little bit's left up here, it's going to take a little bit of study. I think we need a very robust conversation about each of these aspects, because I'm trying in my mind to remember and compare what's being shown to us over what we have and what's and here and there, and I'd like those side by side. So, what's our current habitat map? What's our current PMU map? What's our current, side by side with all of the different pieces that we're talking about, so that I can try to keep it together in one spot.
Sure.
Yeah, and my hope in supporting Kyle's motion, Sherm Swanson for the record, is that we keep this step-by-step process clear. The map of what's important ought to be the map of what's important. And then within that map, then we ought to have the adjustment of the PMU boundaries so they can be used to discuss which birds are reproducing with which birds, because that's biologically important, and similarly for the higher scale level. But the base map is probably the map as we would have it if we hadn't arbitrarily clipped it to something that was out of date. It's importance based for the overall management, prioritization of management for sage grouse.
Matthew?
Matt Johns for the record. With Kyle's motion, clarification, would there be benefit to direct the SET and Endow to take that first step to try to identify the boundaries and bring that back to the council with kind of further rationale on how we're making adjustments on it or excluding things prior to a public comment and input process, that we have a little bit better definition on, maybe these are very simple details, but some of the finer details of what's driving that, such that if we do go out for more public input, we're informed on the rationale for certain changes prior to that public input process.
Kyle?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm comfortable either way. Obviously, you know, thinking about the timing on this as well, where I think, you know, that's what Sherman was getting at, is like, you know, if this is going to take a while, then do we need the workaround? I don't know if, but also I don't know that this is crucial, and you know, this makes that big of a deal that if this takes 6 months, that's probably okay. I just want to make sure that there is a point in the process where, I mean, first of all, yes, having new maps is going to be the first step in that process so that we can know what we're looking at. And that's always more helpful than hypothetically thinking about, well, what if this place was in or this area was in. So having new maps to consider, I think that'd be appropriate for us to know the rationale as to why decisions were made. But I think, I agree with Mr. Drew in terms of a stakeholder or public process, because there's a lot of expertise outside of this room on this particular subject. And obviously there's been a lot of work over a number of years to really get us to where we are right now. And I want to make sure we avail ourselves of that expertise before we finalize.
I just would add, I was kind of enthused when it was going to be a shorter process. I'm concerned about the long-term, that we would lose oversight, where BLM is saying that, this doesn't in fact fall within, but we say we don't have anything to apply to it, because it doesn't fall within our map. And we do recognize that we need adjustments. So I'm a little concerned if this comes back to, we have a 6-month stakeholder process, and not that I don't want to limit public input, and I understand that we've had problems before, just in places that have been developed, but I'm worried that we're going to create too much of a beast, that we might have some things slip through the cracks in the meantime. So that's, Kathleen?
Kathleen Steele for the record. Just a couple considerations. First of all, that we don't make changes to versions in the middle of a version for everyone's sanity. So this would be for version 2.2, which will be released in January. This is why I'm bringing this to you super early, because I figured it was going to be a little bit of a process. Okay. So we do have the time. This is April, okay, and we do have those months to consider this. Okay. So second question and point is, the council is a public process, and people are more than welcome to come and meet and discuss anything that we do bring up. Are you guys suggesting something outside of the council, other additional meetings?
I would imagine, just because there might be specific, and we're doing an entire mapping process, and somebody comes in with somebody at the fringe of Eureka that has this specific problem that we're getting down to the finites, it might be better to have some kind of public input process for those scenarios. I don't know. You tell me, but I can see where that could get very bogged down if it's a whole council doing site-specific adjustments to the map. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Well, another, Kathleen Steele, real quick, another consideration is that this is a landscape scale as well model.
Absolutely. Understand on that.
Consideration, so maybe project-specific or site-specific shouldn't be too much in consideration due to the fact that we do on-the-ground requirements, verification requirements through the CCS. So again, this is that conversation with the habitat management areas is like, yes, it might be mapped as PHMA, there might be a substation on it, but let us verify that on the ground instead of adjusting a whole map to accommodate project-specific. So take that into consideration, what you will.
Kyle?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I can just give you my thinking on this. I generally agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that I think that yeah, going through and, making those adjustments or suggestions might be a more granular process than what I was thinking of at the council, where we would be the ones ultimately, making that decision of whether this is something we want to adopt or not. And I would like, I know it's not a regulatory process, but I guess I envision something where it'd be more of a workshop where it's like, here's what we've got. What are your thoughts on this? And I actually think that, we could combine these efforts of, when that comes back to the council, we can also hear that input of like, well, this is what we heard from this county, and so we made this adjustment or something like that. But I do envision that it would be a process outside of a regular council meeting.
Sure.
Sherm Swanson for the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I come back thinking through this lengthening conversation, we may still have a need for the workaround, even if we have the solution, because there may still be a difference between what we think is priority and what the BLM thinks is priority. And so do we need the workaround, A, in the interim, and B, in the long term because of that? Or the other version of that is we shouldn't even have the workaround because just because BLM thinks it's important, if we don't think it's important, then why have a workaround? What I was trying to support is the importance of our CCS as the approach to avoid, minimize, and mitigate, as opposed to the way the rest of the nation has gone. They've allowed us to be useful in Nevada because we have developed ourselves into a strong process for being useful. But is it indeed so strong that we don't even need a workaround?
I don't know if anybody has the answer to that question. But good question. All right, we have a motion. Do we need to have it restated so everybody knows what it is? We've had significant discussion, or are we? Everybody, okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, passage unanimously. Thank you for your time and effort on that. I know that's a lot. That's a lot of acronyms in the first place, so I appreciate it.
Thank you all.
The decision?
They're gonna bring it back. Okay, do we want to forge ahead or do we want to stop for lunch? I see forge ahead, forge ahead. So it's not just me. I just want to make it clear for the record. I'm happy with forging ahead, but
I make this joke all the time, but I'll do it again. We can't be taking lunch breaks when JJ's in the room. He'll judge us. 1 to 10 minutes.
Okay. Item 10, staff briefings and updates to the council for discussion. Set staff, CCS project updates.
Sarah Hale for the record. I'm the state lands representative on the set. I'm just going to go through our regular update on the status of our projects and highlights that have come up since the last time we met. First of all, I'll do the highlights. January 26th through 30th, we held 2 trainings in Carson City and online to certify our verifiers for the year. We had 74 attendees. All but about 15 of those were the online training to recertify, but we had about 15 in person, some attending for informational purposes, some attending to recertify. So from those 74, we had about 58 that received certification for the 2026 through 2027 season. And those updated lists have been posted online and are available. In February, the 23rd through 26th, we attended the 2nd annual Greater Sage Grouse Mitigation Working Group, and that was held in Boise, Idaho. And we met with states to discuss proactive habitat conservation, conservation banks, new science and tools, and public lands restoration. And it was a good forum for us to exchange ideas and provide guidance on programs that are earlier on in their formation and implementation. In March, the 30th through 31st, and in April, just a few days ago, actually, the 14th, we held 4 in-person trainings in Carson City, Winnemucca, Elko, and Ely. And we held our online one a few days ago for our federal partners. And it was just to go over the conservation credit system and how we work together and details on all of that. We had 42 total attendees representing BLM, NDOW, National Forest Foundation, Office of the Governor, USDA APHIS, and the Forest Service. So it was a really well-represented group that we got to talk to. On April 1st, we held our second annual Conservation Credit System Proponents Workshop in Elko. And there were only 21 attendees this time, so we had debated potentially going down to an every other year basis, but there was an overwhelming consensus from the attendees at the time to do this on a yearly basis. Some actually suggested doing it twice a year, which we don't really have the capacity to do, but we are happy to hear that they find value in this each year. And this just brings both debit and credit proponents together. We educate them on the system and any interested parties who are thinking of enrolling on the credit side, and then gives an opportunity for a mixer where they can interact with one another to potentially facilitate contact for transactions in the future. More highlights on the system. To date, we've had 95 mitigation transactions finalized using the CCS since its inception. And this conserves nearly 60,000 acres for at least 30 years. And we've had 2 transactions finalized this year, but there are several pending currently, and that we're just awaiting paperwork on. And we've also received 13 debit project and 6 credit project pre-field submissions. And we have several additional debit projects that are being run as desktop-only analyses. So those don't really have a deadline, and those can be submitted throughout the year since they don't have field work associated with them. So again, they don't have the submission deadline, and we anticipate those coming in pretty regularly. And we have analyzed over 80 projects in the last 3 months for mitigation obligations and validation. The majority of those proposed debit projects were found to be no impact or outside of habitat, but we've had many projects consulting with us to see if they even need to run through the system, which we do appreciate. We're currently working on updating our program's MOUs with the BLM and the Forest Service to continue to facilitate collaboration with mitigation and public lands restoration. And we've also held regular meetings with the Forest Service, the BLM, and the National Forest Foundation to begin collaborating on restoration projects for public lands, private lands, and enrolled credit projects. Finally, our NDOW position on the set is still vacant, unfortunately. However, I do hear that interviews are potentially on the horizon to be set up, but we're not 100% sure when that will happen, but hopefully in the next month.
Skylar Monahan for the record, just to add a couple points here to this. Thought it was pertinent to address our post-fire rehab efforts. Sarah's been doing a great job with East IL to work on theirs. For myself, I've been working with NRCS to get a sizable grant for one of our larger credit projects that burned last year. We're in that process right now. I have my application in, and that money is tentatively set aside, so hopefully good things to come there. That plan was developed with NDOW and the BLM to ensure that we are doing what we need to do on the private land while they have land to the north and the south with Lahontan cutthroat trout habitat as well. We wanted to make sure that we have everything shored up in that respect. Next, speaking on the 6 credit projects that entered into the system this year, before this year we were averaging 2 a year, so 6 is a pretty good jump from there, and I think that that has a lot to do with the relationships and the trust that we've built with the landowners throughout the state. And then lastly, I am having the final local area working group meeting for adaptive management, addressing the last time that adaptive management was up and running before COVID hit. So we are looking to get that report finalized, hopefully in the next couple months here, and then restart with that kind of revived group. Thank you.
Scott, before you go, could you elaborate a little bit? That's a nice jump in that credit app. I mean, other than, I know that it's, do you have a more wider explanation of why we've had that current jump?
Maybe myself.
Okay.
Just
No, that's
kidding.
all right.
I think that we've seen a lot of success with transactions in the past couple of years, and then a lot of debit projects kind of more quickly being able to come into the system and finalize. And I think through those efforts, and then through efforts with ranches outside of the actual scope of the CCS and the HQT and running the tools, we've been able to help in small ways and in some larger ways. And I think that there's a little bit more trust and a little bit more of a relationship between us and the ranchers. I've gotten a couple of calls, and they said, "I heard you're our guy." So I think that we're making some headway in that respect.
Appreciate your humility.
No, I know Skylar was mostly joking, but it has been a lot of effort on his part to
Good effort.
to build
No,
that
I appreciate
trust.
it. That's very good to see. I know that's a tough one. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move into some of the numbers, not as exciting as the highlights. But this is just a list that you have in your packets in the presentation of all the transactions that have gone through, and who the proponents were, how many acres were conserved, and how many credits were transferred, and kind of the locations of those. I'm not going to belabor this and read all of them, but there is a compiled list for your reference. And again, we've had 95 transactions in total since the inception of the program, conserving almost 60,000 acres and transferring or selling about 19,400 credits. What we have currently available in the credit pool is this anticipated as well? Yes, so currently we have about 66,000 credits available, and we're anticipating about 11,000 more with these extra projects coming online. So we should have about 77,500-ish between the two of those, available and anticipated. On the debit side, what we have currently unmitigated or outstanding and anticipated is about 18,900 or 392 anticipated. At least those are the ones that are unmitigated right now. And that doesn't include the TBDs. So there are currently more credits than unmitigated debits in the system. But we do expect another 19,000 about debits by those projects that are listed as TBD. And then on the horizon, there's currently several projects working with us that aren't ready for public disclosure that are expected to generate somewhere around 43,000 more. And finalization timing is unknown for those, but they are on the horizon for the next few years. And here's our chart just kind of summarizing that. Again, we're still good with respect to what we have finalized, and we have plenty more credits than we do have unmitigated debits. However, once all of those come in, if for some reason they're all approved this year, we might have a little bit of an imbalance. However, we do expect to be good for the next 5 to 10 years on credit to debit ratio.
That's a more rosy prognosis than we had in the past. It sounds like things are.
Yes, these extra projects are
That's
substantially
wonderful.
changing things.
Yeah.
So yeah, with that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions from council? Okay, go ahead, Martin.
Martin Paris for the record. I just wanted to thank you guys for that mixer. That was a great event, and I wish I had my feet under me a little better, and I probably could have got you more traffic there, but that was a great event. Thanks.
Anything else? Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Good work. Item 10B, bill draft request update.
Thank you, Kathleen Steele, for the record. Per discussions before in a presentation in the past, getting the go-ahead from the council to propose a bill draft request to our director at DCNR, and then subsequently hopefully moved on to the governor. The attached was submitted. So just more of like an update that this was submitted and it is hopefully out there for review. Not much else.
Thanks, Kathleen. Questions from the council? I know we don't have the governor's representative here. Just curious in terms of a fee implementation. That'll be interesting how that process goes, but I think it's warranted, at least in my eyes. So, Dom, you got these skids greased for us?
I just want to clarify, this is always the difficult challenge we have at this time of year when we're moving forward with BDR requests, and this is part of a confidential process that we're working through at the governor's office. So just want to let you know that, yes, we have taken this and we're having discussions, but unfortunately it's a process that we can't be completely open and candid about at this time.
Understood. I'm just putting my wishes out there, that's all. Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I guess I would just say, as that process plays out, if it does come to pass that this isn't one of the BDRs that is approved, it'd be helpful to know if it was supported but just no room for it versus not supported, so that we could potentially find other avenues if we needed to, if we felt like we had the support.
Understood.
Thanks, Kyle. Kathleen?
Just a side note, I was very careful to not include the word fee because of issues in the past. So it is now in loop payments.
Okay.
So we're trying to stay away from that fee, but I understand.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the council? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll move on to item 11. BLM update on 516DM1-US Department of Interior's Handbook of National Environmental Policy Act Implementing Procedures. Carolyn Shervey, BLM. Is she online?
Yep, she's coming.
All right.
Yes. Oh, let me change my background here. There we go. Yes, hi there. I'm Carolyn Shervey. I'm the Planning and NEPA lead for BLM Nevada. And this presentation is covering the new DOI NEPA regulations. And let me share my screen. Give me 1 second here. But I had all this. Okay. Can everybody see the first page where it says DOI NEPA procedures?
Yes, we got it. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this presentation is going to focus on some of the differences between the DOI NEPA procedures and the past practices, but is also going to highlight some of the changes between the interim final rule that came out at the end of June of 2025, and then the final rule, which of the DOI NEPA procedures that came out at the end of February of this year. So this is just an outline. I'm not going to cover every single thing on here of the highlights and changes. It was just, I'll be covering anything that would be applicable or of interest to the folks that are listening to this presentation. But we'll start off with just a brief regulatory overview and then talk about the structure of the DOI NEPA procedures. Then we'll get into just touching on some of the changes between what we've done in the past and then the changes between the interim final rule and then the final rule. For almost 50 years, the CEQ regulations were cited as the authority on how to implement NEPA. Following an executive order issued by President Carter, CEQ issued regulations in 1978 on how to provide direction on how to implement NEPA. And they were rarely amended until the recent changes occurring between 2020 and 2024, but were then invalidated by a court order in 2025 saying that NEPA didn't give CEQ the authority to issue new NEPA regulations. CEQ then issued an interim final rule in April and then a final rule in January, rescinding the regulations and directing agencies to revise their own NEPA implementing procedures. Because NEPA, the statute, does give agencies the authority to implement and write our own NEPA procedures. Prior to 2008, Department of Interior mainly had their procedures for implementing NEPA in the departmental manual chapters, and we periodically updated them, but we didn't issue the first set of regulations until 2008. In the preamble to the 2008 Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, Department of Interior provided rationale for issuing these regulations, explaining that the department believes the codifying procedures in regulations that are consistent with NEPA and the CEQ regulations would provide greater visibility to that which was previously contained in the departmental manuals. Okay. Since NEPA does not require agencies to issue regulations, but directs agencies to identify and develop methods and procedures, so that's why DOI rescinded most of its NEPA implementing regulations at 43 CFR 46 and has now moved most of the procedures into a departmental manual chapter, which has turned into this handbook that is now out called the DOI Handbook of NEPA Implementing Procedures. Department of Interior retained a few elements in the regulations that pertain to issues that are not captured directly in the NEPA statute or those that have direct bearing on external parties. And this is just a brief timeline of what has occurred. So in July 2025, DOI issued the interim final rule, which revised our DOI's NEPA regulations and issued the DOI Handbook of NEPA Implementing Procedures. A public comment period followed that issuance of the interim final rule. The interim final rule was effective immediately, and we meaning Department of Interior, have been working under those NEPA procedures since July 2025. Department of Interior worked with CEQ and other federal agencies to refine the regulations, the handbook, and the response to comments following publication of the July 2025 interim final rule. And we issued a final rule in on February 24, 2026 in the Federal Register, along with a revised Department of Interior Handbook of NEPA Implementing Procedures. And then just a little bit of how our handbook is organized. Well, and the regulations. So our regulations, Department of Interior regulations, now only cover emergency responses. And these emergency responses, there were some changes in wording to follow to match CEQ guidance. And this is actual emergencies, floods, earthquakes, etc. And it's just, we kept those in there to ensure that we can respond to any such event. We have a section on categorical exclusions. And, whoops, sorry. The section on categorical exclusions, that was originally not found in, well, it's not found in NEPA, but we kept it in our regulations. So we have the ability to adopt other agencies' categorical exclusions. Just so we have that ability to adopt those. The 2023 Fiscal Responsibility Act talked about applicant prepared NEPA, meaning EISs and EAs. BLM has always had the ability to do applicant prepared environmental assessments, but we did not have the ability to do applicant prepared EISs. And we couldn't do anything until we had step down guidance or step down direction. And since we now have a section in our DOI NEPA regulations regarding applicant prepared environmental documents, that is our step down direction. So Department of Interior now can do applicant prepared EISs. There's a section in here on cooperating or designation of lead agencies and how to select cooperating agencies. This was added back into our DOI regulations due to popular demand. The came about during the public comment period on the interim final rule, but we did not change the language from what was in the handbook. And they did this because DOI recognizes the unique and special role that cooperating agencies as representatives of sovereign governments have in the federal NEPA process. So we have direction to, have cooperating agencies. And let's see, so this provided the mechanism in statute for these government agencies to participate under appropriate circumstances in the cooperating agency process. And Department of Interior has elected to transfer the procedures governing that process from the handbook to the Code of Federal Regulations. So that is in our regulations. Some of the things that were removed from our DOI regulations include incorporating consensus-based management, using adaptive management, identification of the preferred alternative in an EIS, and identifying the environmentally preferred alternative. So those four things were removed from our DOI NEPA regulations. Our handbook consists of, it's referred to as 516 Departmental Manual 1, and it consists of the handbook for parts 0 to 7, and then 2 appendices. And this is just an outline, so here's on the left side of the page, those are the parts 1 through 7 in the handbook, and then the appendices. And the Appendix 1 has quite a bit of a guidance on, implementing NEPA or doing NEPA. At the bottom of this page, there is a hyperlink to where the handbook can be found. And now some highlights on some of the changes between NEPA that was occurring prior to July 2025, and then just some of the changes between July 2025 and February of this past year. So the purpose of the handbook is described in Section 1. There's some clarification that the bureaus do need to comply with the regulations of other applicable laws, regulations, and policies. This statement was added to the handbook to cover a variety of instances throughout the handbook where there's certain provisions of the procedures that could be superseded by other laws and requirements. For example, while public comment is not required for EAs by NEPA, it may be required by another regulation, such as our current oil and gas leasing procedures that requires a draft EA going out for public comment. Rather than keep mentioning every instance of this throughout the handbook, this statement was added to cover all bases. Additionally, the final handbook clarifies wherever environmental information or effects are mentioned, that this also includes economic information or economic effects. And you'll see this clarified in Appendix 1. Now this determination of the appropriate level of NEPA, this is a big change from what we have done in the past. Our direction now is that anytime we get an application, we need to see if there is a categorical exclusion that is available for our use. So if an application or a proposed action walks in the door, we need to see, is there an available categorical exclusion or an adopted categorical exclusion? If there isn't, can we adopt a new categorical exclusion from another agency? And if there's not one from another agency, can we establish a new categorical exclusion to get this project done? And then if not, then we can go to an EA, then to an EIS. So this change implies that sequential order where BLM is expected to consider the lowest level of NEPA first, and also to consider adoption of, again, if the new categorical exclusion, or if adoption or establishment of a new CE is warranted. This isn't setting, okay. In the past, our regulations have said that a decision maker could choose to prepare a higher level of NEPA, meaning going straight to an EA, even if there was a categorical exclusion available. But it doesn't seem like we may not have that option now. So we have some changes in the definition of significance. In past shifts in regulations, they've often focused it on significance. And here we have some revisions that somewhat go back to the 2020 NEPA regulations in addressing potentially affected environment and the degree of effects, but with some new additions. Again, the focus is only on adverse effects leading to significance. But in the final version of the handbook, this clarifies that beneficial effects that directly offset adverse effects to specific resource values may also be considered. And the potentially affected in the potentially affected environment, responsible officials, we need to consider connected actions, the scope of the affected area, reasonably foreseeable trends, and planned actions in the affected area, as well as the areas of natural and cultural resources. So we have the potentially affected environment, things we need to consider on the left side, as well as the degree of effects that we have to consider on the right side. And we do have some new considerations for our definition of significance. We have been considering these issues in our NEPA for a long time, but considering them as factors relating to significance is new. And we, meaning the BLM, we're working with our socioeconomic people to make sure we're addressing these appropriately in our NEPA documents. The economic effects, these consider the degree to which the action, including any changes to the natural and physical environment, would affect economic activity. This may require evaluation of jobs, income, spending, and output, property values, and other economic factors. And when evaluating these factors, when evaluating significance, we have to evaluate the degree of economic effects against an established baseline where possible. And the last bullet under economic effects, this is something new. We now have to consider the effects on the local economy and not just those effects to the state or national economy. And under the effects of the quality of life to the American people, again, we've been looking, the first 6 bullets, those have been things we have been looking at in the past, but now we have another one we have to look at when considering significance. We have to consider those effects at the local level, whether county or municipality, and if applicable, and separately at the state or national levels. So we're going down to the local economy for both when considering significance. And that is something new and different. And, we have a slight change in our effects definition. We're looking for a but-for causal relationship. A but-for causal relationship is not sufficient to make an agency responsible for a particular effect. We're just having to make sure that we're identifying a reasonable and manageable line when considering the effects. It cannot be remote in time. It cannot be geographically remote. It cannot be a product of a lengthy causal chain. And if the agency has no ability to prevent an action due to limits of regulatory authority, meaning if something is occurring off of BLM managed land, we may not have to consider the effects of the action. And this is just really briefly. Just some of the things, there's not a huge amount of change in what the EIS is covering. What we're covering in the EIS is directly from NEPA. Okay, so just something to note that we now in EISs no longer are required to analyze projects that are separate in time or place or outside of BLM's authority to implement. Okay. And categorical exclusions, I'm just highlighting on the fourth line down. So categorical exclusions, as mentioned previously, receive a lot more attention in our DOI NEPA procedures than in early versions of our CEQ regulations. Our new regulations specifically identify the opportunity to apply multiple categorical exclusion citations in combination for a single proposed action. Meaning we can, if you have a proposed action and normally in the past you may have had to write an EIS for that, but we can apply up to 3 categorical exclusions to get a project or complete the NEPA under a categorical exclusion. And this is something new. So the regulations specifically identify the opportunity to apply multiple categorical exclusions in combination for a single proposed action and encourages considering the totality of the proposed action in the extraordinary circumstance review. So Appendix 2 of our handbook lists all of the categorical exclusions, including our adopted categorical exclusions. Bureau of Land Management now has 432 categorical exclusions available for our use. Some of them, again, we can use all of the categorical exclusions that were available to Department of Interior, including those that BLM specifically adopted. So that gives us more opportunity to apply multiple categorical exclusions to cover a proposed action. And relying on multiple categorical exclusions for a proposed action, let's see. So we need to be sure that that all the 3 or 2, depending on what you want, must cover all the action elements of the larger proposal. You can't split the project into bits and pieces and in order to still try to get that done under a categorical exclusion, meaning you cannot piecemeal or segment the NEPA. And you need to make sure that the broader action does not have any reasonably foreseeable significant effects. Meaning they must be able to answer no to all the extraordinary circumstances. Oops. And you have to view that. So the extraordinary circumstances are viewing the action as a whole. And so those extraordinary circumstances are the questions that are asked on making sure that the proposed action doesn't have any impacts or anything out of the ordinary. And then the Department of Interior extraordinary circumstances. Our regulations did modify the extraordinary circumstances, which are part of the categorical exclusion document. We removed 3 extraordinary circumstances, the one on highly controversial effects, the violation of environmental laws, and lastly, the one on environmental justice. The reason the highly controversial extraordinary circumstance was removed is that the wording there, it caused confusion regarding the meaning of controversy, and Department of Interior determined that that concept is largely captured in other extraordinary circumstances. The violation of other laws goes beyond the procedural requirements of NEPA, and it's more appropriately considered in the decision and through other requirements. And then, of course, the extraordinary circumstance on environmental justice, that was removed because of the removal of the associated executive order and other subsequent executive orders. And then we also removed all references to executive orders from the extraordinary circumstances. And then there were some modifications, such as changing cumulatively significant to, we changed that to implicate potentially significant environmental effects. No changes were made to the extraordinary circumstances between the interim final rule in July of last year and the final rule, which came out in the end of February this year. Just a little bit on using or relying on existing NEPA. The procedures cement the concept of the determination of NEPA adequacy. Those DNAs were something BLM has already had in our toolbox. Not all other DOI agencies had that DNA in their toolbox, but now they do. Let's see. And just the use of this determination of NEPA adequacy, it's just saying that we now can use it and other agencies can use it. But we just have to make sure we're documenting if we're using existing NEPA through the use of the DNA. Public involvement. This is something I think everybody is interested in. This is one of the biggest changes from the CEQ regulations. And one of the big changes includes that draft EISs are no longer required, and neither is the public review of draft EAs. And in fact, no public involvement is required for an environmental assessment. And this change reflects what is in the NEPA statute, because the NEPA statute itself does not mention draft EISs, and it does not even mention public involvement for environmental assessments. In fact, it barely even mentions EAs in the NEPA statute. The only form of public involvement required for an EIS is when issuing a notice of intent. That's when we're required to request public comment. Okay. There is some discretion afforded to the responsible official to decide when to have additional public involvement and whether scoping on an EA or review of a draft EA would be useful. The NEPA procedures point out that the issuance of a draft EIS, we need to make sure that we're still meeting our regulatory timeframes, meaning the EIS has to be completed within 2 years. And if we do have a public comment period on a draft EIS, that cannot be the reason why we did not make our 2-year time frame. And then just a reminder, if other regulations require public involvement on a NEPA document, meaning as was previously mentioned, like the oil and gas regulations, they require a draft document going out for public comment, that we would have to follow those regulations. There are other programs that do require public involvement so meaning that a draft would go out. And then I know just with the Wild Horse and Burro program also is having draft environmental assessments go out for public comment. And so this last bullet here where it says considerations concerning discretionary public involvement, the 3 things here are points that the authorized officer would take into consideration on whether to have additional public involvement, meaning maybe you have scoping on an EA or a draft EA goes out for public comment. If there's high public interest, if the project or proposed action is very complex, or process efficiency. Would public involvement improve the overall efficiency of this process, perhaps by providing information that the Bureau does not have? And then this is just sort of a comparison between EAs and EISs on public involvement. For EAs, again, public involvement is not required and it is discretionary. For EISs, we're required to solicit public comment in the NOI, so we do have scoping on EISs. It's discretionary on any further public involvement, meaning it's discretionary on whether a draft EIS goes out for public comment. So as mentioned previously, a draft EIS is not required. Again, unless another regulation requires it, such as RMPs or RMP amendments. So if there is a project-driven RMP amendment, I mean, we've had several of those in Nevada, then it would fall under the planning regulations and that a draft would go out for public comment. So, and then we'd also have a final go out. So we've had a lot of solar projects that have required RMP amendments. So we've had to have drafts go out for public comment. And just some of the pre-NEPA requirements. So this is really very consistent with our Nevada IM, the 2024-019 IM, where we had that really strong pre-NEPA process in that we're getting a lot of the information, baseline requirements for surveys, et cetera, done prior to starting NEPA. And these pre-NEPA requirements in our DOI NEPA procedures our Nevada process is very consistent with these pre-NEPA requirements in the DOI NEPA procedures. And I mentioned previously that with the portion of our DOI NEPA regulations that talking about applicant prepared NEPA, that we now can do applicant prepared EISs. And the applicant prepared EIS, there's less BLM involvement, but there still is BLM involvement. And this applicant prepared NEPA is different than the third party NEPA that I think most everybody is really familiar with. It's a little bit of shift in thinking, but we still end up with a NEPA document at the end, and BLM is just ensuring that what the applicant has prepared for us meets BLM NEPA standards. And lead and cooperating agencies. So the final rule that came out in February of this year, it moves the lead and cooperating agency sections from the handbook into the regulations. The rationale for this was that it was in response to many public comments on the interim final rule. The language is pretty much the same as what was released in the July 2025 handbook, with just a few key changes. The term eligible government entity was changed to agency to be more consistent with how they are referred to in the NEPA statute and the CEQ guidance. They removed the requirement to invite cooperating agencies to participate on an EA. They also added some clarifying language that despite our best efforts, so in some states, there's been issues with cooperating agencies sending the documents they receive from the BLM. They send those directly out or release them to the public. We haven't really had any issues like that in Nevada, but they added language into this just regarding that issue. So they said, despite BLM's best effort, Department of Interior's best efforts to require cooperating agencies to keep draft documents confidential, other laws such as FOIA or state sunshine laws might prevent them from doing so. This also highlights the requirement noted in the EIS section to obtain comments from cooperating agencies as appropriate to their role before completing an EIS. So. And just a little bit more on cooperating agencies. This new section in the implementation guidance appendix highlights the unique relationships we have with cooperating agencies and the benefits of that relationship. And note the emphasis on using their meaning the cooperating agency's analyses and the responsibility of the cooperating agency to contribute their own funds. This guidance also clarifies that cooperating agencies are generally exempt from the FACA restrictions. The deadlines and page limits that were established in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, which updated the NEPA statute, those are still in place. 1 year for EAs, 2 years for EISs, 75 pages for EAs, 150 pages for EISs, not including appendices. And then the DOI NEPA handbook just gives much more definition of what consists of a page. It outlines the requirements for an EA, meaning we need to cover, the EA needs to be concise. We need to focus on efforts that may be significant. This was a change from the interim final rule, which talked about environmental effects that are significant. So it was a change between are significant or may be significant. And then elements we need to cover in the EA, the purpose and need, the proposed action and alternatives, and the reasonably foreseeable effects of the proposed action and the action alternatives. What's required in the EIS, that really hasn't changed. There's just been what's no longer required is we no longer have to have a cover sheet. We're no longer required to include consultation and coordination section in the body of the EIS or include the list of preparers. I mean, that's optional. They still can be included, but we are no longer required to include them. This is another change that is, I think we're still trying to wrap our brains around and understand how this works on paper. The no action alternative is no longer required in EAs or EISs as a separate alternative, but we still need to compare the effects of the proposed action to the future without the federal action, meaning a separate no action alternative can be considered as part of the NEPA analysis when it would be a useful reference against which the effects of the proposed action and action alternatives would be measured. We just had a discussion on this just before this, or I had a discussion with the Nevada Planning and Environmental Coordinators just before this meeting, and we're still trying to, working out how this would look in an EA and an EIS. So you'll probably be hearing more about that. Oops. A few other things, let's see. We no longer require identification of a preferred alternative. And we do not have to address alternatives eliminated from detailed study in the EA, but we need to explain why they were eliminated. And then we need to make sure our analysis of the effects is focusing only on those resources that may be affected in a significant way by the proposed action. And we also need to present both the potential beneficial and adverse effects. Decision documents, we've always had to have a record of decision for EISs and a decision record and FONSI for an EA. We were supposed to have been providing decision records with our categorical exclusions. Maybe some offices weren't, but it's now documented that we have to have decision records for categorical exclusions. In the past, writing a decision record for a DNA was at the authorized officer's discretion, but now we have to have a record of decision for all DNAs. So that's just a change, for what we're doing in BLM. All right. Mitigation. So NEPA itself does not require or authorize mitigation. It does require the consideration of mitigation, though. So when we're choosing to apply mitigation measures, we have to identify the authority for that mitigation, and that the authority cannot be NEPA. It needs to be another law like the Environmental Species Act or National Historic Preservation Act that requires the mitigation. The procedures note that the applications should come with all the required mitigation from other applicable legal requirements built into the proposed action, as well as any voluntary commitments. This again encourages that robust pre-NEPA process in identifying potential mitigation measures as design features early in the process. The definition of mitigation still includes all 5 levels that we've seen in past regulations and internal policy. So one notable addition, as you can see in red here, is that the handbook now defines design features in a very similar fashion to how BLM's NEPA handbook did. It clarifies that design features are mitigation measures included in the proposed action or the alternatives. Just one more note, another notable thing is that our DOI NEPA procedures now say that we cannot undertake new research unless it's essential to evaluating the alternatives or determining significance. It is clarified that requiring baselines is not research. Baselines are baselines. That's not out doing research. And normally BLM doesn't do a lot of research. USGS does do research on the ground. So when we're asking for additional baselines or just baselines to begin with, that is not research. So we just had some clarifying language in our handbook, so people understand there's a difference between research and baselines. And just a few next steps. So it says the following is likely: rescinding the BLM NEPA handbook. That occurred on March 26, 2026. So they rescinded our BLM NEPA handbook. We also anticipate receiving direction on rescinding headquarters and state-specific instruction memorandums on NEPA and other NEPA-related guidance because they don't want state-specific policy regarding NEPA. They want everybody to be using our DOI NEPA handbook. So I know this was a lot to cover. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Carolyn. Questions from the council? I know it's a lot, but it was very helpful.
Yeah.
Bevan, I was sure you'd have something.
Well, there's just, where do you even start?
I know.
Kyle?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the section on public comment, and a lot of this is discretionary for the BLM. If a project proponent wants to have more public comment than is required, is that something that is considered by the BLM on a case-by-case basis, or generally granted? What's the process there?
That is considered on a case-by-case basis. I do know that, for example, the North Bullfrog mine EIS that is in Nye County, that is going. We did have a draft EIS go out for public comment at the request of the proponent. We just have to make sure the state director is aware of that and he's okay with that. And we also have to make sure that having a draft document go out for public comment is not going to cause us to not meet that 2-year time frame for an EIS. But if the proponent does want that, talk to the authorized officer, and they will see, they will definitely consider that.
Great, thanks.
Bevan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'll start somewhere. On Carolyn, on the slide 31, talks about no action alternative. So this has been one of those interesting ones over the years for me. Is the no action alternative, I see it's no longer required to include, is that a denial of the application? Is there a place there where the Bureau or the department actually has to say yes or no?
So just okay. Within our NEPA document, so under the decision to be made, we would say the decision to be made would be to authorize the proposed action as it is, maybe authorize the proposed action with, some mitigation measures, or to deny the application. So those may be the range of decisions to be made. The no action itself is we're describing what would happen if we did not go forward with the proposed action.
Okay, I got it. So that
Does that,
has,
do you see there's a slight difference
yeah,
there
that-
with, this.
that shows in the analysis, but is not part of the decision. So, yeah, I got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so the no action is just describing what's out there right now. What the affected environment is out there right now. So if we didn't authorize the action, then the affected environment would continue as it is right now.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So on slide 33 on decision documents, so a DNA is just a determination of NEPA adequacy, right? Am I
Correct.
close on that? So describe to us what kinds of things would come before you that you would just say, yep, NEPA's good, and approve it.
Okay. If we wrote an environmental assessment, or it could be, or an environmental impact statement describing, okay, let's stick with an environmental assessment that is maybe for a fence line, an allotment boundary fence line, in, we'll say, Elko district. And then we had another fence line that was proposed, maybe in an adjacent allotment. They may be able, and we looked at that EA that was done for that original fence line, and we liked, it was a thorough analysis. We looked at where this new proposed fence line is in this adjacent allotment. Maybe, it could be similar length, but, everything else is really similar. The environment's similar. There's nothing that's very, is all that different between the two locations. You could use that original EA and write a DNA. There's some questions you have to answer with regarding to, has anything changed from that original analysis? And you're just saying that no additional NEPA is needed for this new project. So therefore, we write this DNA, then we would write a decision for this new project using this DNA.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, I got that completely.
Okay.
So
Okay.
what's the timeline on something like that? So what if you had an adjacent area where a fence was built in 1983? Would you consider the NEPA from that point adequate?
So that's when we would look at is what has anything changed since that, say, 1983 environmental assessment? Were there any T&E species listed? Has anything changed from that original analysis? Was there a fire out there in this area? If things have changed from that original analysis, then you can't use that original document, and you have to write a new NEPA document for this new proposal.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, Carolyn. Mr. Chairman, I think that's all I got.
Okay. All right, thank you. Other questions from the council? Keva.
Sheva Gabor, Forest Service. For the record, I wanted to note that, of course, USDA was in the same position when the CEQ regulations were rescinded. USDA needed to promulgate their own. We had an interim final rule. Our final rule was just finalized. That's redundant on April 3rd. I can send that link to Kathleen to send out. Kathleen had asked me about an equivalent Forest Service presentation, and my comment was, I don't think we're quite ready yet. So the rule is out now. I think we do need a little bit of time to digest it and get to the point where Carolyn is, where she can share changes. I will say a lot of it looks very similar, but we will we will provide information on what that looks like as soon as we have been able to kind of digest what's important to share with the council, and what maybe doesn't concern you so much. I will say the public involvement portions they sound very similar. There's a lot of streamlining of that process, streamlining of the process of not issuing draft documents, and tighter timeline, in the interest of tighter timelines. We'll also mention that I think a couple of staff mentioned we're working on an MOU, a new one with the SET around use of the CCS. This is going to impact that. So Kathleen, that's one of the reasons why I haven't been back. We're looking at the cooperating agency language and trying to determine what it would look like to include it in an MOU. That's all. Thank you,
Thanks,
Chair.
Sherm. Appreciate it. Questions, comments? No, or Sherm?
Yeah, that last, Sherm Swanson for the record, thank you, Mr. Chair. That last comment by Sheva is related to my question, which is, in the past, the NEPA process has been very integrated with our process that SET engages various cooperators for debits or credits with. Do you, at this point, foresee a need to have additional discussion of that, or is this going to mesh well with our existing process, or is it just too early to know?
Kathleen Steele for the record. Through our conversations with Carolyn, it seems like we still have those, they're more vague now, but still benchmarks that we can consider the version control and competing land use. They're, like I said, they're a little bit more vague, and we have to like kind of keep up on the BLM to notify us of these benchmarks. But it seems like they are still there, and we can still utilize them. So yes, but also too early to tell right now. We're trying to see how it works through with all these new NEPA requirements, and if we need to make an adjustment, we'll come back.
Other questions or comments? Not seeing anything. Carolyn, thank you so much. That was a lot. We appreciate you taking the time and trying to bring us up to date.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. What's that?
Yet to be determined.
Yes, yeah, a lot of growing pains. Okay, we'll move on to item 12, review of action items and future agenda items discussed during the meeting and schedule next SEC meeting. Regarding items for future meetings.
Kathleen Steele for the record. So we have the semi-annual that will need to be approved by the council at the next meeting. Potentially a Forest Service NEPA update, depending on how much they digest by then. We are working internally on some guidelines for, we have general concepts for renewing projects and reclamation. So we're working internally on the specifics, because we don't have the general specifics on how to implement those procedures outlined in our document. So we're working on those internally. We might have something for you by then. We're still working on that. Potentially, depending on how fast we move, something with the Summit Lake tribe. And maybe a Raven presentation from NDOW.
Okay.
Please note that we are looking at, and I said this in my email, we are looking at a potential tour next council meeting. We haven't done that in a long time. So right now the plan is a half day, a 2-day tour. So the first day, half day travel, half day council meeting, and then we'll go out, go have dinner or whatever. And then the next day, half day tour, and then the rest of the day people can make it home. So that's the general plan right now. So when we're looking at dates, consider 2 consecutive days.
Thank you. Other council member items that we want to see on future agendas? Nobody's jumping up. Okay. Thank you for that. We look forward to seeing what the next agenda holds. Regarding the next meeting, date, time, and place. So tour would be our next meeting, I take it. And
Yes, Kathleen Steele, we're looking in sometime in June. We are currently looking at Elko for our tour. We have several credit projects and some potential public lands credit projects that we would like to discuss and take you guys to. So yes, 2 days in Elko, sometime in June or way late May if have to. I know June is pretty busy. We have the June 11th and 12th is the state fair up in Reno for the first time in a while, put on by NDA. And then June 22nd through 26th is range camp.
Okay, so we're looking either the first or third month of June. We want to do a Thursday, Friday, Wednesday, Thursday. What's the preference? Preference from the council and any hard dates that you cannot make it?
I mean, to make my travel easy, but I think probably avoiding that first week in June would be good in Elko because that is Mine Expo and it'll be really tough to find a hotel room.
Good point. Thank you. So if we're looking at, is there a preference from the set regarding Wednesday, Thursday versus Thursday, Friday?
No preference from us.
Okay, how are people's schedules looking for 17, 18, 19, somewhere in that time frame?
I can't do Wednesday, but Thursday, Friday's good.
Okay, 18, 19. How's 18, 19 looking for everybody?
Kathleen Steele, real quick, June 19th is Juneteenth, and we are not working at that time.
Oh, good.
And also that week is a great big mountain goat and sheep symposium in Elko.
Oh.
So there'll be a lot of people coming to Elko that week.
July?
Yeah, we could do it earlier in the week if somebody was willing to do that. So you said that week was bad because of the symposium.
That's a symposium all week, Alan?
I was trying to see, I know looks like I think it's Tuesday through Thursday.
Of course.
Well,
Okay.
we wouldn't need.
If we wanted
Correct.
15, 16, Monday,
can't.
Tuesday?
I can't, but my June calendar is a mess, so
Okay.
May not ever work for me. There was a reason June 8th, 9th wouldn't work.
8, 9, how's that look for everybody?
I would have a conflict
Okay.
on the 8th and 9th.
I do elections.
Oh, right. Well, I'm not running for office.
Okay. How about that, did we rule out the 22nd through 26th?
That is range camp.
That's range camp, okay.
It is viable if other people are available. We are sending one staff member. I would prefer she be at the tour because it is her project area. So she might just have to leave range camp a little bit for a day. So not completely undoable, but
Sorry I missed the presentation, is that all week?
range camp, yes, it is 22nd through it's technically the 21st through the 27th.
Okay.
So if a person had to miss some, would it be better earlier in the week or later in the week?
Earlier in the week.
So how about 22nd, 23rd?
I'm out of town. I can't do it, but
Okay,
you're gonna keep hearing that from me, so
no, I understand.
But the 24 and 5 could work.
I could make 25, 26 work.
I don't know if it matters, but 24th advisory board on outdoor rec. I know I have conflicts, but I don't know if anyone else does.
Well, I think
always
that
see if Alan's gonna attend or
I imagine other people, DCNR, everybody else would have problems.
What
too.
about May 28th and 29th.
May 28, 29. How's that look for people?
I can't do it.
What's that?
I can't do that, Dose.
Can't do that. Kyle, what dates can you do it?
Yeah, that's why I'm just like, this may not ever work for me.
So,
Yeah.
June 25, 26 did not work?
25th is Memorial Day.
Oh,
And then,
The
yeah,
week after is
27th,
the
there's an interim natural resources committee meeting.
hold on. What?
Said June
25th.
Oh, June. Yeah, June 25th, 26th.
I can't do that, but
It works for
Good.
us, just in case you would have to step out of range camp.
For,
For if you did June 25th and 26th.
well, we have somebody, can we possibly do a doodle poll?
Yeah, I could do a doodle poll.
All right, yeah, I think this is getting, everybody will have their schedules in front of them. Maybe we can find some common ground, either than,
Yeah, I could do
here
that.
than me doing the, throw the dart.
I mean, if worse comes to worse, we could just do a singular meeting and push the tour till August.
Yes, we might, which might have to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just had the money this year.
Oh, right. Before July 1st.
Okay, so we'll do doodle poll for that. Okay, we'll go to 13, federal agency updates and comments. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, anybody on the line? Justin, still there? Not, well, maybe.
Hi, this is Kristen Jewell at Fish and Wildlife Service.
Awesome.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, just a few updates, and we've got Justin and Lara, so feel free to chime in if there's anything else that you guys want to add. So a quick update. I think we're still navigating, Fish and Wildlife Service is still navigating some of the recent administration changes. There might be some development soon on a proposed reorganization, but that would probably occur at a higher level. But overall, we've just got fewer staff in the Reno office. But we're still doing everything that we can and trying to keep all our projects moving forward and covering what we can. I guess that maybe it's just a theme of, give us a little bit of grace, but also we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be a good partner on the ground. And good news this year is that we do have, we obviously have a budget and are not under funding freeze. So that's a really good thing. We are pausing on lateral reassignments and things like that. So we are able to do some temporary details, which are occurring both in the region as well as nationally. So that's good. So we hope that we'll be able to kind of continue to keep things covered and make sure that we're getting the work done. In terms of kind of office updates, our partners program is initiating their revision of a strategic plan. This is a process that you undergo every 5 years. The process includes identification of priority species and habitats and drives where project funding is directed. Partner input is a really important part of the process. So Susan Abel and her staff will be meeting with partners starting in June. So please reach out to myself, Justin, or Susan directly if you're interested in providing input. Also on the classification front, probably noticed publications in the Federal Register have slowed considerably. However, since 2025, a few publications affecting Nevada have been published, such as the proposed endangered for bleached sandhill skipper, proposed for Suckley's bumblebee, and proposed for Fish Lake Valley tubby chub. We also have several positive 90-day findings, and you can follow up with questions if you're curious about what species those would be. We've also, within the past year, have received petitions to list Wall Canyon sucker and soda-bill milkfish, the plant. On the Endangered Species Act, there's been a recent court ruling related to proposed changes that were updated in 2024. They were updates from the 2019 regulation interpretations, and then this recent court ruling that just came out 2-3 weeks ago has changes to both Section 7 and Section 4. Fish and Wildlife Service attorneys are reviewing those changes, and we've actually paused on signing and completing any biological opinions until we've had an opportunity to interpret mostly just terminology changes, but making sure that we are capturing and complying with the recent most court ruling. So we're hoping that we'll be getting guidance in the next week or two and things will start moving, but it has caused a little bit of a slowdown and a pause in some of our finalization of Endangered Species Act formal consultations. And that's our update. Justin or Lara, anything you want to add?
Oh, you did a great job. Open to questions if you got any. Yep. Thanks, Kristen.
You bet. Thank you. Questions for Kristen or Justin from the council? Nobody's jumping up. I appreciate it. Thanks for taking the time. BLM. Alan.
Okay. Alan Shepard, BLM for the record. Lots of things going on in the Bureau right now. Activity in moving solar projects forward across the state. So a lot of that stuff is, it was slowed down and now it's kind of moving forward with approvals from headquarters and the department on taking action on some of those. So that activity is going on. In the grouse world, we talked quite a bit about grouse already, but one thing that we are doing, and Nevada actually is the only state doing it, is we're actually going to the field offices and walking the staff through the changes in the plan, anything that, getting them aware of updates, revisions, new things that they need to be aware of. So we've been doing those. Last week we visited Winnemucca, Battle Mountain, and Elko. And then next week we go to Ely, state office in Reno, and then Carson City all next week over the week, 3-day periods. In conjunction with those, we are hosting, and we sent out invitations to the various county chairmans and agency leads and things like that we deal with as cooperating agencies. We held a cooperating agency briefing overview in Elko last Friday, which was good. It was good, just again, covering the topics that we covered with our field offices. We had a few folks attend there. We had Elko County, Eureka County, Lander, Lyon, I think it was. Endell was there, Fish and Wildlife Service and Forest Service were all there, sitting in, listening to see how things were. Thursday of next week in the afternoon, we will be holding the second cooperators meeting at the Nevada State Office at between 2 and 4:30 at the Nevada State Office, and for the cooperators again, that'll be following our state office version of the overview. If folks are planning to attend that one, especially in person, I really need to know who that is, because our security folks need to hopefully create a badge, just a sticker badge thing, just so we know who's there. So if somebody can send me an email with that, that would be great. Our folks in the office, fish wildlife folks, for example, we don't need that, but because they're in the building. But anybody coming, I know that like Jake has said he's coming, and a couple folks from the set has already identified they're coming. But if people could let me know, or Tim Bowden know who's coming, that would be great. So we could let our security guy speed up the process, I guess, is the way to look at it. Otherwise, you got to sit there and fill out, show IDs and things, all that, so you can type in your name right. But so that's going on. And again, that, like I said, that we're the only state of all the grouse areas that are doing it. Something that John wanted to do for everybody, making sure that we got everybody kind of going in the same path with everything like that. So, horses, we've got a lot of horse activity planned and then ongoing. We have 6 bait and water trap gathers going on right now across the state in various locations. Actually, 2 of the 6 have been completed, which has been good. That's going to equal, if we get all the animals caught, we always seem like every time we do this type of work, we get moisture or something and slows up the process. But if we get all those animals caught, that's about 3,000 animals this winter. A lot of those animals are from southern Nye County around Beatty. That gather's already been completed. That was over 500 burros that we got that one done already. We're doing some work around Spring Mountains for burros and horses. We've got about 160 animals caught there between horses and burros. We're targeting 850 in that area, so a lot of activity down there. But we've got work going on in Lincoln County, Elko County, White Pine County, all those areas, trying to get some horses, trying to stem off some of the drought in reality that we normally hit during the summer. And then this summer, we've got gather activity planned for the Callahan Complex in central Nevada, the Jacksons in northwest Nevada, Lake Lahontan HMA, which down here associated with the naval withdrawal, and Mount Moriah over on the state line in Elko County, or White Pine County, I should say, in that area. So, and that group of 4 or so, that's about 3,400 animals total. So with what we've done this winter and early fall, which was about 400 animals, if we get all these animals caught, we're going to be about 7,100 animals, give or take, for the year, which is really good. And we've already started working on the 27 gather schedule, which would start in October. Lots going to depend on how much space we have left at that point in time, how many animals we're moving. But the administration is really wanting to move some, or get some animals off the range and move management forward. So we're, like I said, we're about that 77,000 number for sure. With that.
Range wide or just in Nevada?
In Nevada, about 13,000 west wide with other states. So we've about half. Let's see. Drought stuff. Districts are monitoring drought, of course, talking to permittees, getting information there. We hold a monthly drought call with the districts, get information on the numbers of the amount of non-use AUMs being taken due to drought, those type of activities. Staying up on top of what they're seeing for moisture, growth, those activities where we might be getting into trouble for the summer. So those have been really useful. John and I have been holding those for about 4 years now and have been really, really helpful. and keeping things going. And then budgets, we're working through budgets right now. All of our programs lost money this year to some degree, some more than others. So we're definitely working through that, looking to see how we can do some habitat improvements, fuels work, things like that in grouse habitat and other wildlife areas. Some recreational stuff that we need to get, that we would like to get done. So staff is working hard trying to prioritize projects that have been received from the districts. And then in the personnel world, we're about 60% staffed right now across the state, just over that. We've definitely got a lot of vacancies. I answered a data call from the secretary last night. Or like our range program, for example, we are 60% staff or 50% staffed. We should have 42 range cons in the state. We have 20. No, 22. We're 20 vacant across the 6 districts, so we're about half there. We're losing bios, like going like hand over fist lately. I think we lost 3 last week alone, and some of those are transitioning through laterals to other BLM offices in other states, leaving Nevada. That's the only means of movement we have right now of filling positions is laterals from one office to another. Basically stealing from one office to go to another office, unfortunately. But so we're down. I would be surprised if we weren't down 50%, if not more, on our wildlife biologists across the state. And rec planners are the same thing. So like I said, we're about 60, I think we're at 62% across the state of what we should have. Lost a number of folks to the Wildland Fire Service. In that new structure there, a number of folks went with that from the fire shops. So we're still adjusting to that mechanism, how we're going to all work together with that. And then I guess the final thing is, and some of you I know this already, but John Raby is retiring the end of next week. He is going to retire and do good things for himself. Happy for him. Puts a pinch on us. Start somebody new. We all like working for John, but I'm happy for him that he's going out when he wants to and go from there. So I don't know. He's been telling various groups and folks, and he gave me permission to bring it up here as well. So, but that's the unfortunate news of the personnel front. So, but I think that's all I've got.
I don't think you had any fortunate news on the personnel side.
I did.
Questions for Alan? Not seeing any. Thank you for sitting through this and thorough report, and I think you've been very much a constant for us, and we do appreciate it. Next, U.S. Forest Service, Sheva.
Now my mic's doing it. Sheva Gabor, U.S. Forest Service. John Stansfield, the forest supervisor, who's the official ex officio, is at fire leadership training in Boise. It is that we're always preparing for fire season, but we're ramping that up in earnest right now because, of course, as has been mentioned, things are not looking great for this season. We were doing a good job staffing up. When I checked about a month ago, we were at 85% of our permanent fire positions filled, so we're looking good to be staffed up for the season. We are also working with partners like Nevada Division of Forestry in some of our rural areas to ensure that we can staff up through combined interagency crews. ArcDome and Ely is our shining example of how we're working together in a rural area to make sure we have the resources we need. Other than that, we are leveraging every bit of our capacity. both funding and staffing to address our chief's priorities, and I'll just highlight two. One is active forest and rangeland management. I want to focus mainly on some of the decisions that we signed last year. I know we missed a couple of meetings, we may not have mentioned we signed two significant NEPA decisions out in the Mountain City Ruby Mountains Jarbidge area. One of them was Deer Mountain, the other was East Humboldt and Ruby Mountains. The focus we've been using is to ensure that those NEPA decisions authorize every single tool we think we might use to treat vegetation and reduce the risk of wildfire, restore habitat. So Bevan, I wanted to mention to you that both of those include prescriptive grazing as an option. How we do that might be worth a discussion at some point. Here on the Carson Ranger District, we've done it through a fuels contract, but I think they've explored some other ways to do that in the Northeast. But they do include that as an option. Truckee Watershed is the other major decision that was signed in northern Nevada. I want to shout out to the set on a couple of things. One is helping to engage in the Northeast in Elko with the Fuelwood Bank that's been started there. They started a project with Nevada Gold Mines, the county, Moortown Rancheria, which is a tribal entity that works with the Forest Service through an agreement, the Department of Wildlife, National Forest Foundation, just a list of partners to take material that had been treated earlier and remove it from the landscape. So they did lop and scatter. There's really heavy material on the landscape. They're trying to move that off the landscape, turn it into fuelwood, and provide it to the tribe and to people in need in the county. So that's continuing to evolve. There's also exploration of ways to incorporate public lands credits out there. Also wanted to shout out to the set for the recent training. We did have a number of Forest Service staff attend, and it's great that NFF attended, National Forest Foundation. So thanks for that refresher, and we'll navigate. I want to make sure everyone knows we're committed to working through the new NEPA processes to figure it out. It's not like there's an option not to talk to you guys. So just wanted to reinforce that. Last thing I think I want to mention is the minerals program of work. We are slammed with minerals projects. Primarily gold. It says gold and silver in my notes, but it really is primarily gold, and I know we have a uranium project as well. So we lost a lot of geologists before even the transition, so not kind of related. We had a lot of people retire. So we were already short-staffed. We are looking at every way we can to maximize our staffing across the forest to move those projects forward. We understand that that's important to the economy of the state and to local economies. It's a priority for the administration and our chief. Some of the ways we've done that are working up front to help companies understand. We put together a welcome package that tells them how to put together a project that's going to move forward more smoothly, so they know what to do up front, and once it's accepted, it can move forward without the back and forth that prolongs the process. We've also created forest-wide interdisciplinary teams, sorry I'm slipping into my jargon, where we just pull staff across the forest, recognizing that this is a priority and we need to get them through. So just want to note that huge workload, and of course it ties in also to conservation credit system. So that's another example where we're exploring like when we need to reach out, how soon we need to reach out. And sometimes the word is spreading about plans that are coming before we even have something formal submitted. So last thing I'll mention is Forest Service reorganization. I have a link I can share if you haven't seen it through Kathleen. Obviously, this was a national level announcement a few weeks ago. It shouldn't affect much at the forest and district level. And in fact, the forest and the districts might pick up some staff here and there through changes. The regional structure would go away. So right now we're Intermountain region. Instead, there would be a state office that covered Utah and Nevada, probably based out of Salt Lake City. Right now, the way our regional forester's office is structured, our deputy regional forester supervises or has oversight for Nevada and Utah, so very similar, but it would be a state director's office for the two states. Some consolidation of the research function, but still an emphasis on research, and we're not exactly sure what that's going to look like. Some of the details aren't worked out yet, so when we have them, we'll share them, but I can send the link to the site. There's questions and answers there, and that's what I know right now. Any questions?
Thank you, Sheva. Questions for Sheva? Looks like you're off the hook. Thank you for the thorough report. Item D, USDA. Anybody here from NRCS online?
I am, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Heidi.
Good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, Chairman, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to keep my comments brief because I know I'm standing between lunch and everybody. So I'll just say that NRCS Nevada is working on a regional conservation partnership program project. We call that RCPP for short. We're working on a project with NDOW and some other partners on a big game wildlife corridor project up in the Elko area. And so we're excited about that. It'll probably take, another good chunk of time to get that planned. We are also looking at trying to work with Department of Ag and DCNR to try to bring some funding to the table on the Humboldt River corridor to possibly do some inventory to help that situation. That is really in a preliminary phase right now, but we're definitely, wanting our partners to know that we are trying to look at solutions from where we sit. Excuse me. We are reviewing the draft cultural resources programmatic agreement between the State Historic Preservation Officer and Nevada NRCS. And that describes how we work with SHPO and which practices basically we don't have to consult with them on. We are seeking qualified individuals, and we call those QIs, to assist with the implementation of soil health testing. And that is related to a brand new program that we have just rolled out by our chief, the regenerative pilot program, which focuses on soil health and whole farm planning. So really going back to our roots of NRCS as we started as the soil erosion service. The QIs would be paid to collect the samples and then send them along to certified labs for testing. And I bring that up here really because right now we have about 3 individuals across the whole state. And that may become an issue for our producers if they sign up for this program and they don't have folks to go help them do the soil health testing. So I really am just trying to get that message out that we do need folks for that. 2 or 3 are not going to be enough to cover the whole state. And I can tell you right now, we've got a lot of applications. People are signing up for that program. So just putting it out there that we do need some help on that. Just as a reminder, May 21st is our State Technical Advisory Committee meeting. I encourage everybody who's never been, please come. You can come in person, and we do also have a virtual, and I believe it's 3 hours. It normally goes from 9 to noon. We're also, actually, we have a meeting today with Fish and Wildlife Service. We do have an agreement. We haven't been able to really use that agreement over the last couple of years, so we're trying to look at that again to see if we can move that agreement forward. This item, I want to give credit to Dr. Sherm Swanson for bringing this up last year. You asked about what the status of our ecological site descriptions were in the state. And I want to thank you for that because I couldn't give you a good answer at the time. And so I did go back to staff and sort of dig into that a little bit more, no pun intended. So I'm just going to read what what we actually just put together for something else yesterday. But NRCS completed work on their provisional ecological site descriptions here in Nevada. Before this initiative was completed, there were almost no ecological sites in provisional status in Nevada, which meant that ecological site information did not meet standards for publication. Now, ecological sites correlated to published soil map units in the state have scientifically rigorous ecological site information associated with them, including including state and transition models, which unites literature and tacit knowledge to present the ecological dynamics of the site as a schematic, which is vital for management decisions. With soil mapping in Nevada also being finished at the end of last year, our state now has seamless soil survey coverage with ecological sites that are extremely valuable for conservationists and land managers using that information. And I want to add that accomplishment, and Dr. Swanson knows this accomplishment has spanned whole careers of diligent work and passionate input from people. We are very proud to unveil that accomplishment, both in and out of NRCS, for the people of Nevada. So thank you for that again, Dr. Sherman, and I can take questions. But lastly, I'll just touch on personnel in the state. NRCS Nevada is just about 50% staffed. So, you know, I know that there are field offices out there that are understaffed. Some of our offices actually have no staff in them. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to satellite some of our folks from the state office out to field offices to make sure that, you know, our producers are getting the help that they need. However, I do know that engineering projects are still a real problem. We're about 2 years behind, and that is because we only have 2 engineers in the whole state trying to cover everything. And so we're really doing the best we can. We have great people, but that means that our producers are waiting on their projects. We were, as an agency, allowed to hire very minimally, and I think we got just a little over 200 positions for the rest of the fiscal year. Nevada got 2, which I'm really excited about because California only got 1. So the fact that we got 2, I felt was pretty dramatic for us. We're going to be able to hire an engineer in Elko. So I really hope that, you know, we send that message far and wide. If we could get an engineer in Elko, it would help so much, because it's just such a long distance to try to send somebody. And really, we just need extra people. They're not extra. We just need people. So that's one position. And the other one is for an archaeologist. We have an archaeologist who's been here for a very long time, and he's been wanting to retire, but he hasn't wanted to retire because there hasn't been a way for us to hire anybody else. So talk about dedication to the mission. But hopefully we can allow Pete to retire and we can fill this other archaeological spot. So that's it for me. Thank you very much. I'll take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Heidi, very much. Appreciate taking the time. Any questions for Heidi? Sherm.
Thank you, Heidi. Sherm Swanson for the record. I'm delighted to hear your good news. And now I'd love to take it the next steps. This is the busy field season for the set, and so it may not be the best time, but at some point in the coming months, hopefully not years, but we ought to have a serious conversation about how we could better integrate the ecological sites, the descriptions, and all of the tools into what we do here for sage grouse conservation, habitat, and resilience. We're all about resilience, and the power of the ecological site descriptions to help us focus on resilience is huge, in my humble opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Swanson. And I was going to say, actually, it might be for a future meeting, it might actually be great to have our state soil scientist give a presentation on that completion, both of the soil map units and also for our provisional ESDs. So if anybody's interested in that, just let me know and we can get that set up for a future meeting if the council wanted.
Thank you. Kathleen?
Kathleen Steele for the record. Thank you so much, Heidi. That's very exciting. I've been watching the ESDs develop and grow for years, and I'm very excited. Apologies if I missed this, but are they located online, or how do we get them?
Yeah, so what I can do is actually have Chris Sebastio, he's acting our acting state soil scientist right now. We are moving him to permanent, and we just had a meeting actually yesterday, and I know a couple of folks were on that meeting. Excuse me, it was our Nevada Cooperative Soil Survey meeting, and it was the first annual meeting. There are other states that have been doing that all along, but it was the first time that Nevada did that, so we're going to plan on doing that annually. But we just had that meeting yesterday, and we did share some items in that, and I'll just have Chris forward that over to you, Kathleen, if you don't mind.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you
You're
again.
welcome.
Thank you. All right. Don't know of any other federal reps. Go on to state agency updates. Office of the Governor. Chase, you out there? Going once, going twice. Okay. DCNR, your maiden voyage, Vincent.
Appreciate that, Mr. Chair. Vincent Guthrow, the Director of DCNR. I'll keep it light since I promise I'll have heavier updates in the future, but given that this is my first one, I wanted to start off with a high bar. So I'll actually start with personnel. So in addition to myself starting, my official date was March 30th. Made that transition very smoothly. Very honored by the governor's appointment, and looking forward to continuing the great work that they do at DCNR. And we have some other leadership changes. So we have a new state engineer under the Division of Water Resources. Joe Capaccio is how you say his last name, I believe. Cassiopo, yeah. We got messed up internally because I called him Cappuccino one day as a joke, and that's not his last name. So, anyways, Joe is going to do a great job, and and I think he's already been out there, I think, doing sort of living up to public engagement, and he's been out there at a few things. So you'll most likely hear from Joe, and I think you'll be happy with that. So also want to mention Ryan Shane is our new forester. Casey left to take a position in the state of Oregon, and so Ryan Shane, who's familiar to this group, is taking over that role. I'll stay with the Division of Forestry. Since we talked a little bit about mitigation, we are ramping that up. We have some milestones that we hit also at DCNR, and we're also on the personnel front. We're hiring for our seasonals as well. So, just want to, as you all know, Ryan is no stranger to his work, and I think he'll also do a great job. And I did, even though she stole my thunder, I'm going to mention the interagency piece where we are working with NRCS and the Department of Ag on a Humboldt that agricultural inventory that Heidi mentioned. So she wasn't kidding. It's happening. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions. I did want to, like I said, keep it very light, and thank you for the warm welcome this morning, and I'll leave it at that.
Questions for Vincent? Thank you for showing up and being here. It's a good time we get all the heads together, and it seems to be a very good process for that. So it's nice when the folks that make the calls are here, so we appreciate it. Endow. Justin, you going to take this? Good, Chairman.
Justin Small for the record for Department of Wildlife. Not a lot of updates. For personnel changes, we do have some updates coming on, though kind of a big shift in the department within the game division. Mike Scott, the deputy director over game, is going to be retiring in early July, along with Sean Espinosa. So after Mike's been with the department, I think almost 40, actually 40 years, close to 40 years. Sean 30, and then Mike Scott, or Mike Cox, sorry, our statewide sheep biologist, staff specialist, and Carl Lackey, the bear specialist. They're all retiring, so it's going to be some shifts. Pretty interesting. So we're looking forward to who's going to fill those, but those are big shoes. They've done a lot of, swung a big sword in the conservation world for a long time, and a lot of institutional knowledge walking out the door, especially from my side, from Sean Espinosa and Mike Scott. So sad, but looking forward to seeing where their careers are going to take them after this. I'm sure they're not going to be silent. The updates mainly from my program. Sage grouse lucking season's fully underway. Probably most of the peak male attendance luck counts at this time has been surveyed. It'll run to the first week of May. But it looks like preliminary, I haven't run the numbers, but I think we're going to be about 10% over what we were last year. Under. Recruitment dropped off after our harvest survey, looking at the wing bee data. It went from 1.14 recruitment or / lambda from 2024 to 0.0 or 0.8. So when you see that drop off like that, you know you've kind of reached the peak. USGS's prediction models show that we might squeeze one more year out of it, and I think in some lecks we will, but holistically across the state, I think we reached the peak last year at almost 11,000 peak males. The actual number is 10,954. So I think that 10-year population cycles, we've kind of hit it, and we're on the backside at this point. But for NDOW, that's what I got. If you guys have any questions, I can take them.
Questions for Justin? You're done. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate it. Department of Ag. JJ texted me his report, so I'll give it without the swagger. Said enrollment open for native seed growers. Said they received approval this morning for purchase of $900,000 worth of laboratory equipment to keep plant health and compliance moving ahead. This is possible because we successfully combined 2 budget accounts last legislative session and adjusted fee schedules to meet our needs. NDA Plant Pathology Lab became just the 3rd state Department of Agricultural lab in the nation to become a core accredited lab by the National Plant Diagnostic Network. This became effective March 1st. With that, I won't answer any questions. Skylar.
Also, just to kind of chime in here, Skylar Monahan for the record.
Thanks. So, yeah. No, I appreciate it.
Skylar Monahan for the record. JJ and everybody over at Ag have been doing a really good job of putting together the state fair this year, so that will be at the Reno Fairgrounds June 11th through the 13th.
Very cool. Thank you. Not seeing anybody else for state representatives, we'll go to number 15, public comment. Not seeing anybody here present for public comment. Anybody online for public comment?
Chair, your public line is open and working, but you have no callers at this time.
Thank you so much. With that, would somebody like to make a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
All right. All in favor? I'll see you when we get the doodle poll back. Thank you, everybody, for sticking it out.